Everybody sufficiently fired up? Yep. Same. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. We know you have many choices to make, and we appreciate you spending time to or taking time to spend with us. Thank you all very much for being here. You know the drill. Tapping is clapping and sharing is caring. Let's target the FYP. Let's get there as soon as we possibly can and have some good conversation today because we are 13 days away from Election Day, and it's. I got to move this. Hold on. There we go. Okay. 13 days away from Election Day, and it's going to be close no matter how you look at it. But it all is about us. It's really depending on the type of country that we want. Do we want freedom? Do we want the rights of all protected? Do we want opportunities for everyone in our society to thrive, or do we want fascism? And the choice is pretty clear. So please consider contributing to the gifting goal today. We appreciate that. Please consider subscribing. I have an idea, and I haven't even told my mods yet about this for the subscribers only event at 500 subscribers. We're at 330 right now. So the more you do, the closer we get to that number. We'll talk about that as we get closer. But anyway, anything you can do to support the channel, you get the idea. Gift, subscribe, consider joining our team. If you'd like to join our Discord, that's a great place to start. We get a lot of the information that we talk about during the show ends up in our Discord. You can find the link to the Discord in the link tree that is in my bio. While you're over there, check out the brand new merch. We have a hashtag Girl Dad shirt that's in the merch store. I think you might like it. If you like the items in the merch store and you would like to perhaps maybe make some purchases for Christmas or in time for the election, you can go to if you subscribe, you'll get access to the subscribers only section of our Discord, and you can get a 10% off coupon for items in the merch store. So that's going on. We have a few other things that we'll kind of cover off on today, but I think I just want to kind of want to talk again about some of the items that we went through yesterday before we get into some our today's headlines, because there's some cool stuff. Well, I'm not going to say cool, but interesting things, specifically as it relates to Rudy Giuliani and Aileen Cannon and others that are in Trump's orbit about their potential futures. Rudy's is not looking good. Aileen, let's get right into it. It's just easier. Rudy Giuliani, in case you didn't know this, a judge just ruled that he has to give up control of luxury items and his Manhattan apartment to Georgia election workers that he defamed. So, a federal judge yesterday ordered former Trump attorney and New York mayor, America, Rudy Giuliani, to turn over all of his valuable possessions and his Manhattan penthouse apartment to the control of Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, the Georgia election workers that he defamed and to whom he owes $150 million. Judge Lewis Lehman of the federal court in Manhattan said Giuliani must turn over his interest in the property to the women in 7 days. So a week prior to the election, 7 days from yesterday, to a receivership that they will control. The judge's turnover order of the luxury items is swift and simple, but the penthouse apartment will have its control transferred so Freeman and Moss can sell it, potentially for millions of dollars. So give us the keys to all your shit. We're going to sell it. We're going to liquidate you, and we're going to send you to the trash heap of history. The women who counted Georgia ballots in the 2020 election will also be entitled to about $2 million in legal fees. Giuliani has said the Trump campaign still owes him, the judge ruled. In addition to the Trump campaign fees and New York apartment, Giuliani must also turn over a collection of several watches, including ones given to him by European presidents after the December 11th, 2001 attacks, a signed Joe DiMaggio jersey and other sports memorabilia, and a 1980 Mercedes once owned by Hollywood star Lauren Bacall. Additionally, the judge ordered that Giuliani turn over his television, items of furniture, and jewelry. It's like an estate sale. It's like, 7 days. That's it. It's done. Fitting end for Rudy, right? So we'll be tracking that story to make sure that there's no sort of interference in the process. This I think is also interesting. Where is that story? Right here. So Aileen Cannon, everybody remember that name? Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. Let's try to get to 25K as quickly as possible. I appreciate y'all very much. Aileen Cannon, the judge in the classified documents case, right? The case with just insurmountable evidence. Again, everybody's entitled to a fair trial. and obstruction of justice. You know the drill. We can go through that case if we have to. But Aileen Cannon was appointed by Donald Trump, as we know. Aileen Cannon did pretty much everything right up to the line of judicial misconduct, right? She had her hand slapped one time by the appeals court. That case will be back again. That case will be back again as soon as the election is over. We know that when Trump loses, it'll be fast tracked, and that case will go to trial next year, in my opinion. Anyway, her name has been floated internally. Again, there's reporting on this that in a future Trump cabinet, she'd be on the short list of attorneys general. So, again, we've thought about this in the past. People have said, "Oh, she's pushing for a Supreme Court seat." Well, who knows? That might be an issue too. But judge who tossed Trump's classified docs case on a list of proposed candidates for attorney general. Cannon's name appears in a document reviewed by ABC News titled Transition Planning Legal Principles, which lists potential staffing for the White House counsel's office, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the U.S. Attorney's Office, as well as proposed candidates for the top legal positions within multiple government agencies should Trump be reelected. The document was drafted by Trump's top advisors with input from Boris Epshteyn, who oversees Trump's legal team and is one of Trump's most trusted advisors. Sources familiar with the matter said. Cannon's name appears second after former SEC chairman Jake Layton, according to the document reviewed by ABC News, which includes nearly a dozen potential candidates for attorney general. Cannon's name was added to the list well after the classified documents case was thrown out over the summer, the sources said. After the documents case was thrown out. After. Where there's smoke, there's fire. All right. So I'm glad you're all here today because I do want to talk about something that's incredibly important as we, again, are making some clear decisions between freedom and fascism. We've always said it's not Donald Trump that we should necessarily be worried about. It is, I'll bring up our FactsStillMatter first before we get going. Good morning, friend. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. What is on your mind for this lovely day?
I wanted to let you know that I just drove around the other night into big new developments that we have here in Pennsylvania, in arguably one of the most contended counties in one of the most contended states. 2 new developments have been put up in the last year. We're talking about 500 to 600 homes. Every house had a Harris Walls sign.
Wow. What part of the state, without getting too specific?
Eastern Central.
Okay.
So we have a couple here. There are a couple analysts, a couple of the political podcasts. They've kind of forecasted the election coming down to 2 of these counties. Mm-hmm. And it's just, I'm not seeing any Trump signs anymore. So I think we've got this.
Yeah, I mean, I think that what we're seeing here's what it comes down to. When you're talking about the last 3 weeks of an election, the ground game is really what's important. It's about turning voters out. At the end of the day, it's about activism. It's about people showing up to vote. These are all good indicators. These are all good signs when you're starting to see a ground game really sort of doing the work, which means the Harris Walls team has so much more money to spend, right, than the Trump team does. So that's a big deal.
So one of the other things, if I could touch on it real quick,
sure,
is just so I haven't really been going live because I've been doing a lot of phone banking, text banking, canvassing. I've been doing a lot with the local Dems, the local mayors. We actually got to meet AOC on Friday.
Nice.
Got to talk to her for like 20 minutes about what's going on. Super cool.
Nice.
We are just hustling and fussing over everything that we can. One, they still need volunteers. They still need people to phone bank, text bank. If you don't like people, you don't even have to talk to people. It's all through an automated system. The other thing is, if you can vote early, please do so, because what that does is it takes you off of the register, and all of the funds that go to targeting certain areas and certain, groups of people to make sure that that vote is going to be, that it's going to happen. That money can then be allocated to other areas with less turnout to try to get the votes out. So if you can get yourself off of that list where they don't have to spend time, money, and effort to try to get you to vote, they can put it where we might need to get people to hustle a little more. So it's kind of important.
Yeah, you're right, and I think one of the issues that we've seen with some of the polling specifically, I want to touch on that, is because a lot of the Republican low-ranked polls have been dropped into the larger poll aggregators. So when 538 reports out on things, and I'll go over the polls in just a second, you're seeing these things with an attempt to try to keep the polling close. The reason that's done, it's strategic, and Will can confirm this. It's because if there's a clear separation in between the candidates, then donors are not going to donate. So you want to create the impression that it's as close as it is, which is why these Republican polls are skewing the average. So the national average right now is 2 points. It's been 2 points. That's what Kamala Harris has been ahead by pretty consistently. Between 1.8 and 2.3, it's been right around 2%. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that there's a lot of Republican leaning polls in there, where when I say Republican leaning, it's the ones that are primarily dropped by Republican polling agencies, as opposed to polls like the New York Times or the YouGov poll, which are some of the most highly rated polls. So again, it's by design, right? Which is then feeds the media machine, because if they're saying, yeah, the election, she's way ahead, no reason to watch, then people don't watch. So it's part of the machine. It's part of the machine, sadly. But what you're saying, seeing, again, yard signs don't mean anything unless people show up to vote. But I think it's a decent indicator.
Well, it's also something, if you guys are scared to put a sign out or show support, please think again, because every time we do see those, it excites people. When people think it's kind of a lame election and that the decision is made for us already, and whatever that keeps them away from the polls, this is a historic election.
Yeah.
And if there's a lot of excited buzz around it, if people are sharing their enthusiasm to vote for Harris, that's contagious and people will want to be a part of that. But they don't want to vote for the loser. So we have to let them know that they are not voting for the loser. They are voting for the woman that is going to change the direction of our country. And that's huge.
That's exactly right. On that topic, thank you, CC. I appreciate you very much. And keep us posted on that, will you please?
Will do. You have a great day.
You too, friend. See you later. On that point, I think there's something that I read this story, and we'll touch on it a little bit. But we all ask ourselves, why is it so difficult for people to vote for a woman, and in particular a black woman? There's a story put out by the Huffington Post. The title of the story is, hold on a second here. The title of the story is, Kamala Harris proves that the most disrespected person in America is still the black woman. Vice President's historic presidential bid exposes America's deep-seated racism against black women. Over 60 years ago, human rights activist and African-American revolutionary Malcolm X duly assessed and asserted, the most disrespected person in America is the black woman. The most unprotected person in America is the black woman. The most neglected person in America is the black woman. The most disrespected, unprotected, and neglected person in America is still the black woman. So that's part of it. I think not only is it obvious from what we see, but there's even some apprehension, I think, for people on the left to lean into having a black woman as the president, because there's people on the left that aren't willing to admit their privilege either. So I think that that's part of this fight. And I think that's the reason that there is even a whiff of closeness in the polls, quite frankly. But we'll jump into that a little bit more. All right, I'll bring up Frank. Good morning, Frank. How are you today?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing fine, thank you, friend. Who are you planning on voting for?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
You voted already?
Yes, I'm in California.
Excellent. Thank you
I
for
got
doing
to
that.
vote early. Yeah. Well, I just have I'm a truck driver, so I drove through Vegas yesterday, and I noticed all these Trump signs, big billboards, Trump and Vance, Trump and, even coming in and coming out of Vegas. And it just kind of seemed kind of weird that these people want to vote for Trump in Vegas, knowing that he bankrupt, his own casinos, so it's kind of strange to me that these people, have these big billboard signs of Trump and Vance all over the place over there. going down to 15, heading into Vegas. I just thought that was kind of strange.
Yeah, well,
You know?
again, money. Money, and depending on where you are, you're going to be inundated by billboards and signs. But we know what's on the ballot this year. We know what people will do.
Yeah.
The electorate usually gets it right.
But, I just want to say, I watch you all the time, and I think you're great. And,
Thank you, brother.
I appreciate the work that you do.
Appreciate you.
So
too, man.
you have a good day.
You too. See you later.
Okay, you too.
So more on this story about the most neglected, disrespected, unprotected person in America is the black woman. If you don't believe me, look at what's happening to Vice President Harris following the announcement of her intent to run for president of the United States. This is the first black woman to serve as district attorney for one of the most populated cities in the country. The first black woman to serve as attorney general in one of the largest justice departments in the land. The first black woman to serve as a United States senator from the largest state in the nation, and the first black woman to serve as a vice president of the United States, a role only one step away from the position she's running for. Yet the first thing being questioned by her inept adversaries are her qualifications and her competency. You would think that the qualifications of this bold, beautiful woman of many firsts, who embodies the accolades of sheer brilliance, would speak for themselves and not be questioned. How could they be? How could a sitting vice president of the United States be disrespectfully reduced to an unqualified DEI candidate with no experience? How is it logical that this colored Howard University Law School graduate who climbed the ranks of public leadership to earn the second highest position in the world could be called, quote, dumb as a rock? Why does it matter how she laughs, what she wears, if she has children, or who she dated prior to meeting her husband several decades ago? The reason this misogynoir matters is because Harris is not just a woman. She's a black woman living in a country founded on patriarchy and white supremacy. This means that in terms of societal importance, she is thought of as less important than every other demographic that exists within this country. As a result, the default inclination is to question her qualifications, competency, and intellectual capacity to do the job. As a black woman in a white male-dominated profession, the unspoken inference is that she must be twice as qualified to get the job, 3 times more effective at performing the job, and by all means better play by their rules in order to keep the job. Otherwise, she'll be publicly scrutinized, vilified, and if needs be, criminalized. Hence the illogical, infuriating, and incurring attempts to label Harris as a failed vice president who needs to be impeached and thereby, as a matter of law, removed from her position. There you go. I don't know how else to say it other than that. Keep tapping and sharing, friends. Let's see if we can get to 100K as quickly as possible. Good morning, Trevor. How are you today?
Hey, what's up, man? How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, thank you. Who are you planning on voting for?
I'm not planning on voting either way.
Why not?
I kind of had a question. Do you think that
Why are you not voting?
presidents are the ones that actually in
Why
charge?
are you not voting?
I don't believe that the presidents are the ones actually in charge.
So you don't participate in democracy at all?
No, not at the moment.
Okay. Have a good day. Good morning, Bella. How are you today? Bella? Bella, good morning. Good morning, Bella. Thank you. Good morning, Wellness. How are you today? Hello? Okay. You didn't want to join. No problem. All right. Our friend Olive will be joining us in a little while. There's just a couple other things that I kind of wanted to go over. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. Please consider contributing to the gifting goal. Please consider subscribing to our channel. We would appreciate that. All right, C. Good morning, C. How are you today?
Pretty good.
Who are you planning on voting for, C?
Trump.
Can you tell us why, please?
There's, he's done so much for this country. There's nothing that Kamala can actually say that she has done.
Okay, let's back up for a
she's
second.
not
Tell me one thing that Trump has done for the middle class.
Can I ask you a question?
No,
why
in
do you
a
keep
second.
saying she's black?
In a
Why do you
second.
keep saying she's black? She's not black.
She is black.
Irish and South Indian. Her genetics have been debunked already.
No,
She
they
doesn't
actually
have any
haven't.
black in her
No,
family.
friend,
They
they haven't.
own slaves.
They
Her
haven't.
Irish.
Sir.
Yes, they have.
Sir, they haven't. Okay.
Yes, they have.
No,
Do you know
so
who
you don't
Candace
have a
Owens
purpose.
is?
You're just
She
up
had
here trolling.
multiple podcasts over this.
Have a good day. I have no patience. 13 days away. I have no patience. Leo, how are you this morning?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fine, Leo. Who are you planning on voting for?
Oh, I voted for Harris.
Excellent. What's on your mind?
Yeah. Basically, it's the same rhetoric. They did the same thing to Obama.
Mhm.
He's not this, he's not that. Where's his birth certificate? Da, 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 da. It's time for a woman to be president, period. Hillary didn't make it. Now it's Kamala Harris' turn.
Mhm.
She's qualified. She has a plan to help the American people, and that's all American people,
Correct.
to thrive and do better. We need better leadership.
We do.
I'm sick of all the rhetoric, the racism. I'm just sick of it. The division. I mean, we need to like heal. We are all traumatized by Trump. We
No
are.
doubt. No doubt.
It's horrible.
Yeah, I don't
And I
disagree.
love what you do.
Thank you very
I
much,
love what
Leo.
you do.
I appreciate you very much. Thank you. You have a good day, okay?
You too.
Thanks a lot. I don't have any more tolerance for it anymore. I'm done. 13 days away. We know what we need to do. Anna Kay, how are you this morning?
Hi, good morning.
What's on your mind today?
I'm that guy that came up before that's saying that Kamala is not black. I'm
Kamala.
Jamaican
Mhm.
and I'm mixed with German descendants, but we identify as black. BLACK. We are black. They need to
Emma.
stop with she's this, she is black. We Jamaicans identify as black.
I love your country. I've been there 7 times. It is one of the most magical places on earth.
Ooh,
I've been referred to as a Jamaican.
thank you.
I've been referred to as a Jamaican.
Oh,
I'll take that.
all right. Have a good morning.
Thank you, friend. Have a good day.
All right. You too.
All right. Here's the deal. Look, you want to troll, go someplace else. There's plenty of places on this platform to do that. I'm not going to tolerate that. You don't participate and you don't participate in democracy. You don't have a say in this. All you have to do is become active. Again, most likely the majority of people that I've spoken to on this app who don't vote are people who look like me. You can do that from your place of privilege because on November 5th, no matter what happens, I'm safe. Shh. Nothing changes in my life, sadly, but that's the reality of our circumstance, right? That's the situation that we find ourselves in because, again, the system that people look like me created, the scales have always been tipped in our favor. Because we made the scale. Let's be real. we made the fucking scale. So, yeah. Got him. How are you this morning?
Hey, what's up, man? Can you hear me okay?
I got you, brother.
All right, listen, real quick. I'm Kamala all day.
Mhm.
The most offensive thing that I hear is from my fellow black men when they obsess over this Kamala is not black. Kamala is not black. And it's to the point where you see more men now that hate women. And it's a hatred. It's the misogyny when it really boils down to it. And the young lady that just came on from Jamaica, she said it perfect. Jamaicans are considered black. End of discussion. End of discussion. She's qualified. You know what I'm saying? She's done the job. She's done what she has to do in the Senate as a DA. You know what I'm saying? You can't get any more better. But that's all I said because I'm on the road right now, brother. But it was good talking to you.
I thank you, my friend. You have a good day. Be safe out there, okay?
All right, you got it.
See you later.
Yep.
So, again, I talk about this a lot, and I've got some new audio that you guys should listen to because this is kind of disturbing. Because Trump only goes to his safe spaces now. And it's pretty obvious exactly what he has planned for the remainder of the election season. He blew off the debate tonight that was supposed to be on CNN, so we will cover that town hall with Kamala Harris. Will be our friend's political PTT podcast will be joining us as well. Excuse me. I think that starts at 9 o'clock. We'll probably go live a little bit before that for some conversations. But he's going to live in a safe space. He's only going to do interviews with Maria Bartiromo, who he likes. He'll go on Fox and Friends, where he has to sit on a blanket on a white couch because they're worrying about him shitting himself. But he took some questions from the audience, and this young man asks a question. I'll just play the audio. We can talk about it.
Trump, I'm Daniel, and I'm 10, and I'm from Tennessee. What was your favorite president when you were little?
Who was your favorite president when you were little?
So I liked Ronald Reagan. I thought he was, look, I didn't love his trade policy. I'm a very good trade. I've made some great trade deals for us, the USMCA. That wasn't his strength, but he had a great dignity about him, Ronald Reagan.
Mm-hmm.
You could say, there's our president, more than any others, really any of the others. Great presidents, well, Lincoln was probably a great president, although I've always said, why wasn't that settled? You know, I'm a guy that, it doesn't make sense. We had a civil war.
Well, half the country left before he got there.
Yeah. But you'd almost say, like, why wasn't that? As an example, Ukraine would have never happened, and Russia, if I were president. Israel would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened.
I hope you heard that. And why wasn't it settled? Why wasn't there a deal made with the slave states in our country so that you can keep your slaves? So let's settle this. Remember why the Civil War was fought. It was fought over slavery. So, yeah. Right? Exactly. So he is fascism or freedom. It's pretty cheer. Demo, how are you this morning?
Freedom. Yeah, no, definitely. John Kelly is, coming on board and saying, yeah, can't reelect this guy. He's a fascist. Definitely a fascist. I mean, the four-star Marine Corps general. Are we going to believe him, or are we going to believe a known liar, pathological liar? But I'm concerned because, I don't know, he's acting a little too smug. Does he have something in place, where a lot of states will not certify the elections, the state election officials will not certify, and then it has to be thrown to the House? Is that what, because we know the House is going to go with him. Marjorie Taylor Greene and those guys are going to definitely.
It's a little bit different than that. So what you're referring to, so if someone doesn't get to 270 electoral votes in our country, you can have a 269 tie, but 270 is required. And if that doesn't happen, it's what's referred to as a contingent election. So yes, it's thrown to the House, but it's not thrown to the House majority, as in the amount of people in the House. It has to do, each state gets a vote. So for example, if the state of Texas has 20 representatives to Congress, all right, and 11 of them are Republican and 9 are Democrat, that means the state of Texas gets one vote in the Republican majority, and so on. So there'd be 50 votes then cast for the candidate. So yes, the math says that we have more Republican states than we do. It's 26-24 currently. I'm sorry, it's 26-22 currently with 3 that are tied. So then that would mean that the House would choose the president. The Senate in that model picks the vice president. So we don't want to go there. We certainly don't want to go there. I know a lot of election officials, there's already a lot of work going within the judicial system that, basically people violating the law in an attempt to put a fascist back in power. People know it's coming. So I don't want us to worry about it. I think it should be something that's on our mind, but I don't want us to worry about it.
I just hope that enough states that ordinarily are either red or purple will surge, because I think there is a surge, especially amongst women coming.
But it has to do with the states, individual states. There are currently more Republican states represented in Congress than there are.
I'm talking about the voter surge. I think a lot of women are surging.
Oh yeah.
And I think they'll carry the day because they want to reclaim their bodily autonomy. I mean, it's not so much about AB; it's about telling women what they can do with their bodies. I mean, we are a country of freedom. We're a country of individual freedoms and rights. You know,
Correct.
I mean, you got 60, 70, 80-year-old women who they're past their childbearing age, but they want to stand up for women's rights, man.
Correct.
Absolutely. So I think that's what's going to carry the day, hopefully. I mean, and, you know,
I hope
because
so too.
women actually vote. They make up the majority of people, and they vote.
They certainly do. They are the majority of population, and they're the majority of voters. No doubt about it. Thank you, friend. I appreciate you being here.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Bye.
That's a really good point. I think it's something that we don't talk about enough. That obviously the majority of our population are women, and they do vote at a higher number. I've said this before. Don't mean to sound like a broken record, but I'll say it every day until the election. The only group, by and large, that continues to vote Republican, or specifically from the 2020 election, were people who look like me, white men in America. We are the ones that have continued to vote for Republicans and continue to vote for Trump, and we are the majority voters when it comes to polling. Specifically, that demographic represents Republicans more than any other. So it's got to fix it. Got to do better. Got to do better. Good morning, Mel. How are you today?
Oh, I'm doing well. But I will say this, I'm extremely nervous about this upcoming election because I've read multiple people's opinions, just policies and procedures, and it still baffles me that so many people are interested in this gentleman and possibly could elect him into office, and it's just baffling to me. And I'm from the state of Maryland, so we're definitely gonna go blue, but it still bothers me.
Yeah, I mean, I think it bothers.
It's just baffling to me. And blue.
Always talk about how there's 5 distinct groups that I say, how could anybody in any of those groups? I realize that voting blocks are not monoliths. People within those blocks vote. One of those groups gets completely villainized and assaulted, and rhetoric and hate towards them. It's crazy. I mean, veterans, suckers, and losers, go back to your shithole countries. They're bringing your rapists. We want to eliminate the rights and protections for the LGBTQIA community, and then women, of course. So it's one thing after another. How could anybody, anybody vote for him?
And what especially bothers me, being a woman of color, are the black men that are standing behind Trump and all the hate and rhetoric that he's said towards people of color, minorities, and the simple fact that you don't want a woman in office, but yet you lay up with a black woman, make children, make families, but yet you don't think that black women are qualified, or a black woman is qualified to lead this country. I mean, it's beyond me from the black male standpoint.
No doubt. I was reading something earlier about how I forget. I want to make sure I get the title of the article exactly right. It says Kamala Harris proves that the most disrespected person in America is still the black woman. Now, we think that's obvious, but obviously coming from black men too, some of the disparaging things I've heard from black men about Kamala Harris, it just makes no sense to me. But thanks for being here today, Mel. I appreciate you very much.
Thank you so much.
Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you all for being here. Again, we know you have choices to make. We appreciate you choosing to spend some time with us. Hey, Toy, how are you today?
Oh my goodness. No, I didn't mean to. Sorry.
Oh.
I'm traveling at the minute. I didn't mean to.
You're supporting.
I appreciate
you.
All
I
right,
appreciate
thank
you. Have a good day. See you later.
Thanks. You too.
Bye. All right. So a lot of people in the box. We'll try to get to everybody today. Appreciate you guys very much. Let's have some more conversations. Please consider subscribing. Please consider contributing to the game. Guts, how are you today?
What's up?
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good.
I just want to start by saying I think it's a bit ridicule that we go by race to like both of you and the previous guest said. It's crazy to me that I'm a black man, that black man won't vote for a black woman. What has race to do with anything? Why are we using still this card?
You don't think
for
there's
an
a racial
election?
divide? You don't think there's a racial divide in our country?
There is.
Okay.
But it doesn't matter that there's a racial divide, and we shouldn't look at race when voting for a president. Has nothing to do
It's
with
not
their
a question
skin.
of whether. So, from my perspective, it's not a question of looking at race. It's a question of the fact that racism is so prevalent in our country today. Why? Why would people think that Kamala Harris is not qualified?
Because she has no experience being in office.
She doesn't. She was elected district attorney. She was elected attorney general. She was elected as the U.S. senator, and she was chosen to be
It's
vice
not the
president.
same position.
But once again, do you think that Donald Trump is more qualified than she is?
He is.
Why? Because he was president for 4 years?
Exactly.
So she represented her state as district attorney, attorney general, as U.S. senator. She served in every branch of government. She is the most qualified person to ever run for the presidency.
I can give you an example or an
Can you address what I just
analogy,
said?
but
She
it's
served in
not.
all branches of government.
Yeah, in branches of the government.
Yeah,
Doesn't
that
mean
makes her
she's.
extremely qualified.
Yeah,
What would be a
in
factor?
those
What would be a
branches.
factor? What would be the factor? The reason we talk about her race, the reason we talk about her race is because why else would people consider her not qualified? Why do people call her a DEI hire?
Because she has no experience in office.
She does,
Being
though.
as
I just
district
explained it to you.
attorney doesn't mean you're fit to run for president. It means
Why?
you're good as a
So what
district
was?
attorney.
Okay. So you have to have qualifications in advance to run for president.
No, but I don't think we
Okay.
should.
So Donald Trump was a failed businessman before he ran for president. Did that make him qualified?
I think it does. Failing in
Oh, it
business
does.
is yeah.
Oh,
It's
but he
very
never,
important to fail
he
in
never got a vote in
businesses.
his life. Millions of people have voted for Kamala Harris.
Who?
California. She represented her state as district attorney, elected positions, friend. Attorney general, elected position. U.S. senator, elected position. Chosen by Joe Biden to be the VP. So, this is my point. There's no reason to not look at her and say she's incredibly qualified, the most qualified person to ever run for presidency. I don't think you can debate it.
But then when we look at Biden administration failures, we say, oh, but she was just vice president. It's not really her fault. She was just following whatever Biden administration was doing. So how
What's the vice president's role in an administration, Guts?
I mean, we can all say that her role was not as important as Biden or their whole party, but again, she's part of the.
Can you answer the question?
Yeah, just answer the question, Guts. What is a vice president's role in our system of government?
Give me a sec. I'll just
It's okay to say I don't.
I mean, you can remind
that's
me,
perfectly an acceptable
I
answer.
don't have the.
So they basically constitutionally they break ties in the Senate, and they are there in case the president can't serve. That's it.
Yeah, but she also has a support role for the president, doesn't she?
Queen Toy's my friend. I support her.
No, what I'm saying is she's part of his cabinet and she helps him make decisions.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. So,
She
Toy,
has a
would you like to
position of
address our
power.
friend? Would you like to address our friend?
But at the end of the day, who is making the decisions? Is it the vice president? Does the vice president unilaterally say, oh, you know what? I'm going to go over the president's head, who's the commander in chief.
The president has the last.
Okay, great. So the vice president can't just make decisions,
see,
correct?
this is what I like. That's what I'm saying. You're always undermining her position and saying, but she's
It's not
qualified, but she was
undermining.
part of
It's
this
every
administration. But it's not her
every
fault
vice
that.
president in the history of vice presidents. What did Mike Pence do whilst he was vice president? I'm
Why
sorry,
are we
speak up
talking
quickly.
about another guy when we're talking about two people?
Because it correlates, right?
No,
You're saying that the vice
we're
president.
pivoting.
You're saying that she can do more apparently as vice president than any other vice president in the
I didn't say
history
she can do
of this
more.
country.
I'm saying she wasn't doing a whole lot when she was under the Biden administration.
Question:
She
what
has
did Mike
cast
Pence do?
right,
What did Mike Pence do?
exactly.
Can I ask you a question? Let's talk
No,
about
you can't
policy.
answer a question with a question. That's not how that works.
You're going about the past. Who cares about Mike Pence?
Guts,
Is he represent?
Let me explain. Let me explain to you. Okay. So the argument that you're making here is that Kamala Harris, as the vice president, didn't do anything. We've explained to you painstakingly that the vice president doesn't have any authority within our government, with the exception of breaking ties in the Senate. Okay. So the question then is, tell us what Mike Pence did in that same position. So please answer that question.
He did different things. It's
Like what?
another person. It's another presidency.
Like what?
What
What
are
did
you
he
looking
do?
for?
What did he do?
You're saying what did he do? Like what are you looking for? He did a lot of things.
Like
Like
what?
what? Be specific. You know what he didn't do? He didn't cast the most tie-breaking votes as president of the Senate than any other vice president. You want to know who did that? Kamala Harris.
She didn't what? Sorry.
She cast more tie-breaking votes as the president of the Senate than any other vice president in the history of this country.
Correct.
And that's an accomplishment?
Absolutely.
Are you all right?
Okay, so I have a question for you. Illegal border crossings have almost doubled under Biden administration. Is Kamala to blame for that, or
Her
is
name
it
is
Biden,
Kamala.
or none of them?
Again.
Do you know what she was
guts.
tasked with at the border?
I didn't ask you what she was tasked with. I said, is it Biden administration failure?
Guts. Again, the question is specifically, and I know you don't want to answer it. So if you don't know, just say I don't know. Just be an adult and
I'll say
mature
I
enough
don't
to
know.
say
I
I don't
just
know.
woke up, so I don't have any facts.
So the
with me.
vice president, again, I'm going to say this to you one more time. The vice president has no power in our system of government, none, with the exception of a tie-breaking vote in the Senate, because they serve as was referred to as the president of the Senate when it comes time to vote. Okay, so that's their job. Policies. Wait a second. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
No different than Mike Pence. No different than Joe Biden when he was Barack Obama's VP, and so on and so on and so on. Okay, so you got to stop making this argument that Kamala Harris had more power than any other VP and therefore she accomplished nothing. Okay, Kamala Harris was never given the border czar title. That's something that right-wing media made up. She was tasked specifically to go into the Northern Triangle countries to determine root cause as to what the biggest issue is with these countries as to why so many people are crossing the border. The question I have for you, since I just answered yours, now I'd like you to try to answer a question. The question I have for you is, what's different from what happened under the Trump administration to the Biden administration when it comes to the border?
There's been more illegal crossings. There's been more.
What changed? Guts. What policy? What changed? Tell me what changed. If you don't know, say, I don't know.
Well, I can look it up for you right now.
Why would you make the claim?
Because it's a fact. There's charts showing it. You can literally go look
How
at
do you?
Politico.
But
Do you believe in Politico, or is it a false
Guts.
platform?
How do you know? How do you have a number for illegal crossings? Where did you get a number from? Because illegal implies that they did not come in contact with anyone. So where'd you get this number from? Legal implies that they had first contact, whether they contacted and had to be sent back immediately. They were contacted and they were given a date for an asylum hearing, or they're being currently detained and they're going to decide what happens to those people. How do you know how many illegal crossings there's been if there's been no point of contact? Where did you get that number from? Where'd you get the data?
It's a great question, Guts.
I'm gonna to you right now. You know the CBP?
No. You can't give me data on people that was encountered by nobody else.
Yeah, how would you
that
know?
does not exist.
And you do understand that we have immigration law, right, Guts? You do understand that we have people that can cross our border, and because of our asylum law, they can make a claim. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then what is that process?
I mean,
you know what? It doesn't matter. I want to go back.
Different people.
It doesn't matter. It's an interesting deflection. I feel like you're taking. It's an interesting
Right.
deflection. So this whole conversation was about the qualifications of Vice President Harris, because she is without question the most qualified person to ever run for the White House. If you think that Donald Trump is more qualified to be president just because he served in the most ineffective administration that we've ever had, then that's on you. So are you ever going to change your vote? Would you ever consider voting for Kamala Harris?
I would, if you give me a good reason that, hey, she did help the economy. In fact, and as soon as But the point is,
How did
you're saying she's vice president. She has nothing to do with that. Her role is only to break the tying votes. That's not true. That's reducing the role of a vice president.
What is it
She's
then? Then
part of
tell
the
us.
cabinet.
Okay, then
then
tell
give
us.
us
You
the
do know? No,
definition
no.
of
Hold on, hold
no, no,
on.
no, no,
You
no,
do
no,
know in
no,
the
no, no,
Constitution.
no.
I'm
What?
talking to
No, stop.
him. Why are
No,
you
stop.
interrupting me?
No, stop. What is the role of the vice president?
You
Since there's more
literally
to it,
just define
according
it
to you.
3 times, both of you.
Okay, then, but you seem to keep going to this point. So tell us what else there is. What do we miss?
What I'm saying is, okay, is it her sole role? Like a vice president only does that, nothing else. They just when they get appointed, that their only thing that they're focused on is, hey, when there will be a tying vote, or I'll have to preside over. I don't know what else they do.
Well, since you
There's
asked,
another
do you
thing.
understand that she's also traveled the globe and met with dozens of world leaders? Are you aware
Oh,
of that? Are you aware
okay,
of that?
okay.
Representing our country?
So she does have other things she can do, right?
Again, Guts.
She has
Listen.
influence.
Listen.
Jesus Christ.
Constitutionally, she has one role, unless the president is incapable. Then the 25th Amendment, there's a whole different thing. One role, and that's break ties in the Senate. Now, that does not mean that she's not given assignments. One in particular was going to the Northern Triangle countries to try to determine root cause of immigration, which was all the presidents and all the prime ministers of those countries all lauded her for how efficient and effective and stern and direct she was in an attempt to solve these problems. So I don't want to take, no due respect, Guts, I'm not going to take your word for it. I'm going to take their word for it. Recognized globally as somebody who proudly and honorably represented the United States. The vice president does not write policy. The vice president does not sign policy into law. The vice president, along with other cabinet members, certainly can have conversations with the president. But to Toy's point, end of the day, buck stops with the president. It's his or her name, his or her name on the law. Okay.
I agree.
Okay, so stop trying to turn it into something else. The
Okay.
problem is, Guts, I don't think you accept the fact that the Biden-Harris administration was the most legislatively accomplished administration in my lifetime. You can go back to FDR. They passed more policies and more legislations that helped more Americans than anyone. You might not like
you
it,
think
but that's the
making
reality.
more laws, more regulations is automatically good?
Absolutely.
Yes.
No,
Absolutely.
it's not.
In your opinion.
Because you're just saying, oh, she made more rules than anybody in the history of America.
I
That's
never
Did
said
he
that.
say she? Did he
Never
say
said
she?
that.
He
okay.
didn't say
I'm
she.
saying
Stop it,
him,
please.
and I'm tying her to the Biden administration. But you're always trying to create a divide that doesn't exist. She's part of the administration of Biden.
And very
They
successful
basically have the
administration.
same policies that they will
An incredibly
reuse.
successful administration.
Excuse
An
me.
incredibly
When a bill crosses the resolute desk, who signs it? Kamala Harris or Joe Biden? Quickly.
Okay, I have a question
I
for
didn't hear
you.
your answer.
Answer
No,
the
no, no, no,
question.
no. Please answer the question.
We already answered. If you don't
Answer
know
it.
that by then, that it's
No, no, no,
Biden,
no, no. You haven't answered
that's
it.
your issue. But I'm
You
not
haven't
going to answer
no, you
petty
haven't answered
questions
it.
like that.
Of course you're not. Good night.
You see, Donald Trump
See, I
just
knew you were going to come
reiterated.
back. I knew you were going to come back.
I was just listening and chilling. You haven't answered
That's
it.
your issue. But I'm
You
not
haven't
going to answer
no, you
petty
haven't answered
questions
it.
like that.
Trump
See, I
just
knew you were going to come
reiterated.
back. I knew you were going to come.
Trump just the Department of Education. You only need a secretary and okay?
Indeed. Overfund it, right? Overfund it.
Yeah, drown it with money because clearly
Agreed.
what's happening is not working.
Agreed. Thank you again. Appreciate you.
Thank
Back to
you.
capitalism,
Bye.
I guess. See you later. All right, bye. Overfund it, please. Overfund it. More money spent on education, please. Everybody, please keep liking and sharing the live. Tapping is clapping. Sharing is caring. The moderate Republican, good morning. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. Who are you voting for if you haven't voted already?
Donald Trump.
So you're a moderate Republican and
Yes.
you're voting for Trump?
Correct.
How does that work?
I mean, can I not vote for who I want?
Of course you can. I'm just asking. I'm just curious.
So you know what moderate means?
I do. I want you to tell me how a moderate Republican and Donald Trump are in the same sort of. I'm just curious.
Because I voted for Democrats in the past,
When was the last Democrat you
No.
voted for? Obama, probably, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if everybody who now votes for Trump voted for Obama, Barack Obama would have won all 50 states. But that's a different conversation. So tell me
That's not true.
what's moderate about Donald Trump?
Who said he's moderate?
I'm asking you, friend. Your profile is
Yeah,
the
you're
moderate
implying
Republican.
that you're trying to imply that I'm saying he's moderate. I never said that.
I never say you did, but your handle is the moderate Republican. So
Yeah, because
are
I'm
you a
moderate, not Donald Trump.
that's the question I'm asking you. So, but why then would you want to vote for Donald Trump? Because do you think he's moderate?
Not at all.
Okay, so then why vote for him?
Because I like most of his policies.
Name one.
Agenda 47,
You like
the
Agenda
Platinum
47.
Plan.
So you like Agenda 47. So you want to do away with the Department of Education.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so tell me how that works.
I mean, you just stated it's overfunded. Like, I want to know what they
No,
do with that money.
it's underfunded. I want to overfund
Yeah,
it.
yeah, it's overfunded.
No, it's underfunded.
So what do they do with the money that they're given?
Friend, I want to ask
I
you.
want to know how the money goes
I will
back
answer,
into
but I asked you a
education.
question first. We don't answer a question with a question. I asked you first. How would it work? How would defunding the Department of Education work? How would that work?
So defunding the federal Department of Education is what he's talking about, right?
I know.
That works by keeping the money in the states. The state education boards actually puts money back into the state education, unlike the federal board of education.
Okay, so again, you're
So
talking
once
about
again, saving the states millions of dollars each state, millions of dollars
so
that
you're
they
talking
send
about
to a
vouchers,
federal
right?
board that does not put the money back into
Well, that's
education
not
directly.
true. That's just not true.
It
So
is true. It is true.
It's actually not true.
You
So
can say
you're a
it's
fan of-
not true, but prove it.
Well, it's you're
I
you're
asked
the
you
one
a
that
question.
you're the one
and
that
you-
made the
you-
claim. Friend,
Yes, and I answered your question. You said to answer your question. I
you
did.
haven't actually.
Now you have now I asked you a
No,
question by saying,
friend. You
show
made
me
the
how they
claim.
allocate the money.
You made that claim, so that the burden
Yes,
of proof
and
is
then
on
I
the person who
said,
makes the claim.
I
Anyway, you
answered
made the
the
claim.
question.
So here's the
and
next
I
question.
said, show
Here's the
me
next
how
question,
they
friend.
allocate their
Here's
billions
the
of
next question.
dollars.
Here's the next question. So I need you to settle down a little bit. You're a fan of school vouchers, then, right?
In what sense? Like for food and stuff like that? Like,
Well, school vouchers, because what you're
like
talking about, I
if a
don't think
student can't afford books, food, so on and so forth, absolutely.
that's not what that would be. So again, the idea behind if you eliminate the Department of Education, right? What happens to the public schools?
Once again, make sure you're saying the federal Department of Education, not a state.
I understand that, but do you understand that the federal Department of Education also funds public schools? You understand that, right?
Who funds the federal board of education?
Sir, taxpayers do. Okay.
Yes. Where's the money
We
come
do.
from?
Taxpayers.
So like when you correct. So when you pay your property taxes,
Bro,
right?
I'm not. Again, that's different. We're talking about the federal Department of Education funds public education. Okay. So the question I have for you: if the funding for public education, dries up, do you support vouchers to send kids to public or private schools or charter schools?
Yes.
Okay. So then, who pays the difference?
The state payers, the state taxes.
Okay. So who pays the difference though?
The state payers, the state taxes.
Okay. Who pays the
Hold
difference
on.
though?
The state payers.
Swipe out of the app, please.
Okay,
Swipe out of the app. You need to swipe out and then come back. Turn your microphone back on now, friend.
Am I still on?
No, you're gonna swipe out of the app and come back. Okay, it looks like we're good.
Am I still on?
No, bro. There you go. Thank you. Okay, so the question I have for you is that right now, under the public education system in our country, which the federal Department of Education helps fund, every child in America has access to public education. So if that goes away and we use vouchers and the cost of a charter school or private school is the voucher does not cover that cost, who pays the difference?
The taxpayers, like I said.
The taxpayers. So taxes go up exponentially.
Once again,
Your fund. I want to know. You're still not answering my
No,
question.
friend, you haven't answered my question.
I did,
okay?
sir, and you're
So
just
the
you're
taxpayers. So how
failing.
does that? So people's
Once again,
property
so
tax.
I'm a taxpayer that lives in
So
the state of
people's
Illinois. I'm
property
going to
taxes
answer.
will
I'm
go
going to
up.
answer it, right?
So the
I'm a
people's property
taxpayer in the
taxes will go
state of
up.
Illinois, correct?
What?
I'm a taxpayer in the state of Illinois.
Sure.
I get a tax form at the end of the year about where my property taxes go to, correct?
Sure.
Okay, and are you a homeowner? Do you own a home?
I am.
So then
Yes,
you
I
know what
do.
I'm talking about. Like you looked a little confused. That's why I'm asking.
No,
So,
I'm confused because you haven't answered my question. Okay?
on that
I'm
tax,
going to mute you. It's really simple. It's really simple. It's a simple question. What I'm asking you is, who pays the difference right now? I want you to follow my logic here. It requires to think a little bit. Right now, who pays the difference right now? I want you to follow my logic here. It requires to think. You can't. You keep either timing out. I don't know what the fuck's going on. This is the reality of that bullshit question. Is that I want people to answer it. If you believe in school vouchers, who pays the difference? It's really, really, really simple. Okay? It shouldn't be that complicated. And I don't know why it is. It really shouldn't be that complicated. Yeah. Okay. Please consider contributing to the gifting goal, guys, and please subscribe. We have a subscriber goal for today. Appreciate you guys very much. Okay. Thank you, Bunny, for that warning. I kicked you, bro, because you couldn't have a conversation because you kept timing out and you kept getting an echo, and it was just really frustrating. All right. I want to bring up Amber. Exactly. The parents pay the difference. Hi, friend. How are you? Amber. Hi.
Oh, nuts. Hi, I'm going through a spotty area, but I just wanted to clarify a couple things that were said about the education system. There is only one Department of Education, and that is the Federal Department of Education.
Correct.
The states don't have departments of education. They have state boards.
Correct.
And they don't provide funding. They write curriculum and set standards. So it's a completely different system.
Correct. Taxpayers contribute to their school budget.
So I just wanted to make that clear.
Exactly.
Yeah. So there's not like 50 different state departments of education. There are state boards that write curriculum and set standards. I just wanted to make sure that was clarified for people.
Appreciate that, friend. Appreciate you very much.
And my husband and I are on the way to a doctor's appointment right now, and I'm in the passenger seat, just so everybody knows.
Okay. So, be safe, both of you. Be safe.
We
Check
have an
back in
appointment.
when you're check back in later.
Yep. Thanks, Steve.
You got it. Talk to you later. Bye. What people don't think about when it comes to vouchers, this is something that I care a lot about, is that, again, people of privilege have access to these schools. So the closest private school to my house is 64 miles away. The closest public school is 1,000 yards. So the people who have the means to get their kids there can get their kids there. The people that don't, what do? Homeschool? You remove funding from public education, those public schools, especially in small communities, especially in impoverished communities, especially in communities of color, those schools don't exist anymore. And you guys have not fought that through because your privilege is showing when people don't think about it that way. And that's really sad. Really sad.
Dumbass. What's up, man?
I'm a dumbass?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
How much money did we spend on all of these schools last year?
Good morning.
How much did we spend on all these schools last year?
So Bullfrog, we don't do things that way. We don't come in here
Okay,
and
I'm
start
sorry,
steamrolling.
host. I didn't mean to do that.
We don't just start steamrolling.
You're bad. My bad.
Okay. So
tell us about your white privilege.
I have white privilege. Do you?
I know. You poor thing.
Do you have white privilege too?
Nope.
Are you a white man?
Yep.
Then you have white privilege.
No, I don't.
You don't. Do you even know what white privilege is?
I don't give a fuck what it is. You guys made that stupid shit up.
Of course you don't give a shit. Because you're white privilege. Of course you don't give a shit. Because you enjoy your white privilege. Of course you don't. Yeah, I know. Sherry, how are you this morning?
I'm good.
What's on your mind
I
today?
just wanted to answer the question about the federal funding. Has that person ever heard of Title I? The Title I money comes from federal funding to help support poor schools.
Correct.
Does he not know how federal funding works for schools?
It's two things, Sherry. Doesn't know, doesn't care.
Well, as an educator who's worked in a poorly populated, poorly funded school population, it's very hard to educate students who are in poor areas, and not just students of color, but we're talking about rural areas too, where the tax funding is not a whole lot. So the state can't support the local school. So you have to depend on federal funding.
Sorry. No, the point is, hi, Olive. The point is that parents are responsible, and they never want to answer that question because they don't either understand or they don't care. Because again, most people who get agitated about this, most people who get agitated about this are the ones who have the means to get their kids there. Not a lot of states have these charter schools and these private schools, so they don't care. First of all, the people who support this are the ones who live in states most likely and are the ones that are the most underfunded. So their schools are failing. So therefore they think the entire education system is failing. Now we know, I've said this publicly and I'll say it again. I want to overfund public education. Overfund. I want teacher salaries raised so that there's competition. I want school boards and school districts and schools competing for the best teachers. Prop it up. You want to change things? So many problems are solved with an increase in spending in education and universal health care. Those things right there. So, Sherry, thank you for being a teacher. Thank you for what you do. I appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
You got it. Hi, Olive.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I woke up. I got a little ribbon in my hair for work today. Every Wednesday we wear pink, just like Mean Girls, for breast cancer for this month. But I think it's really funny because we actually had this conversation on my platform with NKO when we were talking about private school and defunding the DOE and stuff like that. And it's just, it's insane to me when we're talking about these things and people can't correlate how important, funding public education is, because we all want success. A successful society is a well-educated society. And I think part of it too is it's been proven that those who don't have an education typically go vote right than they do left. So I mean, it's that simple.
It's true. Jada, trying to bring you up doesn't look like you're connecting, friend. Sorry, guys, I got a frog in my throat. Can't get rid of it.
Was it a bullfrog?
Bullfrog. Yeah, that's the point. The people who could benefit from an overfunded Department of Education would certainly make a world of difference. Manny hooked you up.
Yeah.
Lolo,
Thank
how are
you.
you this morning? Lolo? Lolo for show show? Lolo for show show?
Is that the full name?
Are you there? I guess not. Okay, I'm gonna bring. I think Cookie's there. Cookie requested.
Cookie.
We have a Cookie sighting.
She's done this before.
Do not let Cookie convince anybody that, especially anybody in my household, that there's more dogs welcome here. I love dogs, but we have one. One is enough. Are you there, Cookie?
She's done this a couple times, and I'm like, oh, she wants in the box, and then she just doesn't show up, and I'm like, Cookie.
Cookie. I think it was a different Cookie. I'm gonna bring up Blue Dot. You guys can chat for a second. I'll be right back.
Well, he disappeared.
All right, I'll wait.
What the hell, guys?
Nikki, can you come up for a second and do mod announcement for me, please? Would appreciate that.
Nikki. Gotta get that bullfrog.
Yeah, I gotta get that bullfrog. I'll be right back.
Gotta get that bullfrog.
Nikki! I don't have a bullfrog. I missed the other one, but I'll find them. Good morning. Hey, everybody. We are at almost 200,000 up here. Let's see if we can get over that and see how fast we can get there. We've got 1.7 thousand people in here and only 292 shares. Y'all, I need at least 1,700. Y'all have to share it with at least one person. Up here, a copy link that also makes it share. You can put your finger down on the middle of the page, list will come up. Sorry, my words are not wording today. A list will come up. You can share all the way down. There's 50 people in that list. If you don't have any friends, if you're respectful, we'll be your friends here. If not, you'll kick rocks. I don't know what to tell you. I have no patience anymore. We have 13 days left until Madam President is elected, and I voted, and I cannot wait. If you want to join the Discord, the link for the Discord is in Fax's bio and in Gregory's bio. Elected. His bio, permanent link, it doesn't work. Tag one of the mods down in the bottom. We all have that little thing next to our name. Please don't tag me right now while I'm up here, though. Just tag another one. And we can get you the direct link. You do not have to be a subscriber to be part of the Discord, but there is a separate subscriber area in the Discord where we do subscriber-only things and merch. You get a 10% off on the merch in the merch store. The merch store is also in his link tree, where you can find all of this really cool stuff. And Erica's link tree, Erica built it. Her stuff is there too. All of is your stuff there too?
I don't have stuff. I don't have stuff yet. No.
We'll work on it. Okay. And also on the top, there is a heart me right next to his name. If you guys can touch that, it is 1 coin every day when you come in. What it does is it just shows engagement in the live, and it just pushes it out to the FYP to show that people are actually in here. Also in the bios, we are having his pay links. We're helping a friend that actually had some really big vet bills, and all of us are really fur baby people, so we're trying to help them with that. Tonight we are going to be streaming the Harris is it a town hall, I guess they changed it
CNN,
to,
yeah, because
on
Trump backed out of
CNN
the
at
debate.
9 o'clock. Y'all can come watch it with us. We are going to be streaming it live right here. We'll put out a video to remind everybody, and we will remind everybody in Discord. Also, tonight when we do that, we will be launching our auction. We are going to have an auction that we are
Nikki,
going
let's
to
do
be.
that. Let's do that in a bit. We'll come back and do that in the back.
Yeah,
half, okay?
I just figured I don't want to come back up again, but we're
Thank you.
good.
All right, talk to you later.
Okay,
bye, Mom.
Bye.
Okay.
I got hit little toe taps.
Yeah. Bobo, how are you this morning?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing fine, thank you, Bobo. Have you voted already, or who are you planning on voting for?
I'll tell you what, I'm diehard Republican, but I done voted, and I voted for Harris.
Good for you. Good for you. So, what was it? What was it that changed your mind?
Actually, people on TikTok, just listening to them, and after a while, it made a lot more sense to just throw my vote in for her, give her a chance at least,
Did you vote for Trump in 2020?
Yes.
And you saw enough?
Yeah.
And what state do you vote out of?
Tennessee.
Tennessee. And are you going to vote for Democrats down ballot too?
Probably so.
Interesting. So Marsha Blackburn's not going to get your vote?
Probably not.
Bobo, welcome to the land of freedom, friend. Appreciate you very much.
You're welcome.
You have a great day. Talk to you soon.
That's great. Absolutely great. One of the reasons why we keep doing this is for people like Bobo or anyone like that, to be frank with you, especially right now, 13 days to the election. A lot of people already did early voting. I did. I voted for Kamala Harris like middle of September, and that's already been mailed in and stuff like that. But if you're still going to go vote in person, you're still not sure exactly where you're going to be. Personally, if you sit and listen to people, you should do more research than just that. But I've gotten to, and I don't know if you've gotten to this point, Facts, but I've gotten to a point where I'm just annoyed, where there's 13 days to the election, and I'm sitting here like, are you kidding me? Like, genuinely. I don't understand.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm trying to deal with one other little thing here. I don't know if there's anybody left that's undecided at this point. I think we've seen past couple of days, our friend Mike yesterday, Bobo just now. I think there are converts out there that are available. Mm-hmm. I think the 13 days.
Yeah.
Right. if you've not made up your mind, we have people like our previous guests who don't give a shit about who just are unwilling to accept their white privilege. You're never going to change their minds. They're just bigots and racists, and they're fascists, and they don't even know what the hell it is. Yesterday I was called a fascist, communist, and a Marxist. All three. So that's the reality that we're in. So I just want to encourage people that remember, it's not just about the election. It's not just about November 5th. It's about the years after that too, because Trumpism still exists and MAGA Republicans will still exist. So what are we going to do about them is a bigger question. But we'll keep talking. Boyd, how are you today?
I'm not too bad. How are you today?
I'm doing fine, thank you, Boyd. Who are you planning on voting for?
Well, I just wanted to put in a couple points for myself, just to let you guys know I am a Canadian.
Okay.
I reside just outside of Toronto, Ontario.
Okay.
I do follow a little bit the presidential elections in the U.S., and I do a little bit in Canada as well. I'm not a voter myself, and the reason why I don't vote is because there are too many bigots out there who seem to think that they know exactly what's going on. And everybody has a point, everybody has a view. And Trump, as far as I'm concerned, he shouldn't even be allowed anywhere near a voter poll. He is headed in the wrong direction. And there are too many people out there that follow him that seem to think that, there's all these white rights and all these other things that are going on. We are all equal. It doesn't matter whether we're black, brown, pink, purple, white.
We're not, Boyd.
We all breathe the same.
We're not equal, though, Boyd. We're not.
We are.
Look, I have.
We're not.
No, we're not.
Here's the thing.
You're saying that, well, Boyd, you're saying that from a place of privilege. This is the point. We're not all equal in our society. I'm not going to speak for Canada, but we're not all equal in the U.S. We're not. We're not. I have rights to my body. Olive does not.
And comparing to what I go through, I have more right and privilege than a BIPOC man and a BIPOC woman, right?
Correct. Well,
it's not how it should be. We're not equal.
I'm a Canadian citizen. I was born in Canada. And Canada has a lot to offer. Canada takes care of the poor. Canada takes care of the weak. Canada takes care of the homeless. Canada takes care of the people that don't want to get up and go to work because they're too lazy.
The indigenous people in Canada haven't always been treated very well, though, have they?
No, they have not.
So then, therefore, we're not all equal, are we?
Well, see, that's the thing, is that we are all equal as humans, but we're not all equal in rights.
We're not, Boyd. We're not.
We are.
Okay. No, an indigenous
if we all stood as a human
Boyd, excuse me. Is an indigenous person in Canada a human?
I'm part indigenous, so yes.
Great. Okay. So then, are the indigenous people in Canada always treated the same as everybody else?
But no, but our blacks.
Therefore, we're not all equal.
Our Jews, our Hispanics, our Indians, our Pakis. Nobody is treated equal.
You just said Pakis. Okay.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, it's just.
God.
I don't know much about Canada politics whatsoever. I lived across the river from Canada for a couple of years of my life in the Detroit River, but crazy.
Good morning, David. How are you? David is cool, apparently. David. Good morning, David. Are you there? David.
Pocket dial? There's been a lot of those recently, too.
I'm just going to do our disclaimer real quick.
TikTok. It is our intention during these live broadcasts to only provide fact-based information to the absolute best of our ability. We strive to never spread misinformation or to platform those that do. Opinions of our guests or commenters are theirs and theirs alone and do not reflect those of the host. Hate speech is not allowed, and we are diligent about policing it. This platform is for educational purposes only. We now return you to our regularly scheduled pandemonium, already in progress.
Everyone, please continue to like and share the live. Please consider gifting our panelists. Manny has already hooked up Olive. I don't expect everybody to be Manny, but that's how it goes. Ariel, good morning. How are you today?
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind today?
I just wanted to say I'm voting for Kamala, and I feel like it's a movement that I'm proud to be a part of. And I just want to say a lot of Republicans honestly hate Democrats so much that it overpowers what Trump has to say. And I think it's just very disappointing. I was listening to one of debates earlier this morning, and they just kept bringing up Bill Clinton and other Democrats. And it's just a hate for Democrats altogether. And it's just sad that they don't even want to hear what's best for our country.
I think that's a very, very, very valid point. The problem is that people on the right tend to hate the left because, well, I've been labeled a radical because I want universal health care. I've been labeled extreme because I believe that women should have rights to their body. I've been labeled all those kinds of things because I believe in protections for everyone who's marginalized in our group, and I don't support banning books. So if I'm a radical,
Agreed.
then sign me up for that being radical. So my point to your comment, Ariel, is that people hate the left for those reasons because they're told
Yeah,
to.
and it's just, yeah, exactly. That's the way they were brought up, and I'm very proud of the Republicans that are standing with Kamala and seeing the bigger picture, and it really does make me so happy to see, Republicans switch over to the Democratic side just for the democracy of our country.
Agreed. We're seeing it more and more. That's a few in a couple of days here about people making those decisions to kind of convert, and I think that's kind of the goal here because I think people that are traditional conservatives, I think the Liz Cheney Republicans, again, I won't agree with their policies. The John McCain Republicans, they can't stand MAGA. They probably despise MAGA more than we do because they're ruining their party. So they're the ones that are saying, listen, I've never voted for a Democrat in my life, but I'm going to because I can't stand this nonsense. And that's what's not being captured in a lot of the polling, quite frankly. But I appreciate you jumping in, Ariel. That's the fight that we're ahead. That's the fight that we have ahead of us, though. But thank you for being here.
All right, thank you so much.
You got it. See you later. I want to just pause briefly. I just want to read something because I think it's really important. This was brought up yesterday. And this, trigger warnings for some people. This has to do with the author of this. Their name is Courtney Hood. And this was introduced to us yesterday. And it's about the March for Life. And I think it's necessary we heard a woman's voice read this. I think it's necessary to hear a man's voice read this. So it's only a couple minutes. I would ask you guys just to bear with me because I think it's really important because it speaks to exactly what we're talking about. It's not just Trumpism. It's not just MAGA. It's Republican legislatures taking away women's rights at the state level. It's about the hypocrisy of the evangelical movement and their support for the March for Life when it's in the womb. I'm just going to water up here and read this. It won't take me very long. So please allow me to digress for a moment. To those participating in the March for Life, first of all, good for you. Raise your voices, express your concerns, gather, make signs, do your thing. I won't call you names. I respect your right to do this, and I respect your conviction. Second, be clear with your case. You don't march for life. You march for the birth of a fetus. Think about this. At what age does this life stop mattering to you? When it's in the womb, you cry for it, you fight for it, you empathize with it, and you march for it. When it becomes 1 month old, you hope the mother supports it, feeds it, nurtures it. However, you don't support the mother in this endeavor. You think she should work hard, pull herself up by the bootstraps, and get on with her $7.25 an hour minimum wage job. You vote for those who block legislation to protect its mother from violence, from making the same wage as men, from getting basic health care, from getting food stamps and support to care for it. When it becomes 6 years old, you hope there's a public school around to teach it. Nevertheless, you vote for those who don't want to fund public schools. You vote for those who believe our schools are flushed with cash, yet somehow failing. The wealthier kids live by it, are able to go to different schools. But this fetus is stuck at an overcrowded and underfunded public school, so it falls behind in reading and in math, etc. You feel bad for it, but you don't march for it. You mostly blame its single mother for not doing more to be involved in its schooling. She should do homework with it. She should read to it more. Maybe she should get a tutor. Nonetheless, she works 2 jobs, but she's barely able to get by. Now it's 14 years old. It had just had its first experience with a boy. It's not sure if it was safe with this boy, and it thinks it needs to go see a doctor. However, it's scared, and it's embarrassed, and it doesn't want to get in trouble with mom. Therefore, it looks for a Planned Parenthood in its area. But they've all been shut down. But you feel no sympathy for it anymore. It's now a slut to you. It should have made better choices, been more Christian. It's no longer worthy of your support, and you do not march for it. Because you're not marching for life. You're marching for religion and righteousness and oppressing women with your outdated views of how they should behave. Therefore, it gets no prenatal care. It goes on living for the next 3 months wearing baggy sweatshirts and hoping no one notices. When its mom finally does notice, she tells it to get an abortion because they don't have the money to support another it. And because it's still a child trying to go to school and have a life. Again, you don't march for life. You voted to make abortion illegal, and you feel good. You feel right with God because you because you saved another fetus. This time, it was given up for adoption. It joins more than 400,000 children in the U.S. foster care system. If it's lucky, it'll only spend an average of 3 years in foster care. If it's lucky, it won't fall into the 78% of foster care children who experience some form of abuse. If it's lucky, it won't be one of the 80% of imprisoned people who spent some time in the foster care system. If it's lucky, it'll be one of the 50% of foster kids that graduate high school by the age of 18. If it's lucky, it'll be one of the 9% of former foster care kids that earn bachelor's degree. If it's lucky, it'll be adopted because it turns 18 and is thrown out onto the streets to fend for itself. However, you don't march for those lives. Now it's 18. Jump from foster care to foster care, from foster home to foster home. It doesn't have a family. It's depressed, emotionally damaged, and needs help. It could use some health care, but obviously can't afford it. It could use a job, but has no clothes, nowhere to stay. You avoid it on the streets, taking the long route to your car, hoping it doesn't stop you to ask for some change. You wish it would go somewhere else, anywhere but your neighborhood. It gets too hungry. It turns to sex work because it's the only option. It starts using illicit substances to numb the pain of this work. However, you don't march for this life. This life is a burden on society, to you. This life is unchristian, unworthy of your tax dollars. This life should get its act together, overcome all odds, and become a self-made, just like your granddaddy. However, when this life has a new life inside of it, again, you'll march. Courtney Hood. That's the reality of our life and what fascism and the pro-life movement has done to people that we know, the people that could be in our families. Thoughts, Olive?
I mean, so I am a recovering Catholic, as I like to say. And we were associated with the high school all the time. And a lot of the times the high school would go to these March for Lives type of thing. And I distinctly remember when I was younger and I was sitting in church and we were talking about how important it is to protect that baby. That baby has a life and that woman just wants to take it away. But as I grew up and as I understood more and more, true Christians aren't pro-life, right? True Christians aren't pro-life. They're people who use this rhetoric like the Bible to say that it's wrong to unalive a baby, right? That it's wrong, that we're just baby schmurders. They're not pro-life, they're pro-birth. No different than anyone who sits there and says that, I want to protect the baby. No, you don't. You don't want to protect the baby at any point in time. If you're truly pro-life, you wouldn't sit there and be mad when we're screaming about common sense firearm legislation. If you were pro-life, you wouldn't be sitting there getting upset because we want to have free lunches for our kids to be fed. You would be pro-life if you wanted to have affordable healthcare, affordable mental health care, and everything in between. They're not pro-life. They're pro-birth. They're pro-forced birth. And honestly, that's been one of the biggest things that got me into talking about politics. The overturn of Roe was one of the biggest push forwards for me to be involved in politics, besides, first ever protest was common sense firearm legislation after Parkland occurred my sophomore year of high school. So, I mean, it's infuriating when we're talking about these kinds of things. And honestly, that's why I don't really debate pro-life, pro-choice anymore, because these people try to think that they have a high moral ground. And it's not even just about that. It's about the fact that I have every single right to make a decision with my body. And no one else has any business to know why I fucking did what I did. At the end of the day, it's a decision between a woman and her doctor. That's it. So.
Yeah. And nothing else to say to that. Oh, thank you.
I have my Vote Like Rose Sent You shirt on today. I got this from Misty is here. So I think it's fitting for today.
Beautiful. Girl dad. Captain Vicky, how are you this morning?
I am well. Yourself?
Doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind today, friend?
Okay, well, like I posted in the comments, I gave away white male privilege. I'm a transgender female. When my children were going to school, I was making a lot of money. They went through a highly educated preschool, and they are off in their lives. And the gentleman that said about getting rid of the Department of Education, was basically what the right wants to do, is keep them dumb, stupid, and barely fed.
Correct.
Because, well, if you look at years ago when the Spaniards were trying to overrule Brazil, okay, and then the Portuguese came in bearing gifts, they won the hearts of the Brazilians because they gave them things. Now they control them. Okay? If you give them barely what they need to survive, then they'll be happy. But that's not the American people. That's not going to work for us. And, when I transitioned, I quickly learned just how valuable my male privilege was. And when you get treated like a third-class citizen, when you have somebody like Trump blaming us for essays of children, when that's really the Catholic priests. And by the way, I am a recovering Catholic as well.
Same here.
I was indoctrinated
Recovering Catholics,
into the Catholic cult. And after I transitioned, I was told I'm no longer welcome in the church because of what I am. Yet that same priest who told me that was investigating for SA altar boys, but go figure, it just, there's a great website if you guys ever want any data on essays against children. It's compiled by a transgender lawyer. It's called whoismakingnews.com. It's a great website because, to give you an example, in the last 2 years, over 10,000 essays against kids. Out of the convicts, 3 were transgender, 1 was a drag queen, all the rest are men, half of which are in the religion or clergy business, and the other half are people like cops, senators, Boy Scout leaders, teachers, right, and youth counselors, and fun people like that.
Right.
All the people you would trust with your kids.
Or you're supposed to trust with your kids, right?
And
yeah, that's the big one.
Yep.
Well, yeah, exactly. And I can honestly tell you, the first 53 years of my life as a male, I never had a bad interaction with a police officer. I was always treated with respect.
Sure.
Never a problem. Since transitioned, I've had 3 interactions, and I've been totally disrespected and treated like crap. So what changed other than my outside appearance? I'm the same human inside.
Well,
that's the whole point,
I think,
but,
I think that's the whole point, right? For people who don't understand it, so when you have these conversations, so it's people who look like me, palm-colored white cis hetero men in society who don't, when they hear the white privilege thing, they get triggered because it's not that you didn't have challenges in your life. It's not that you didn't have to work hard. It's not that you grew up, you grew up poor, you didn't grow up with things. It's you were never denied things because of your appearance. You were never denied things because of your complexion. You were never denied those things that other people in our society are. That's what your privilege means. And it's more complicated, but at the surface, that's what it means.
I started my business in the basement of my father's house back when I was 17 years old. I started a printing company, and it grew very quickly. And we graduated into the sign business. I made a lot of money. That's why I could afford to give my kids what they had. When you base how much money a school district gets on the taxable income, to give an example, in New Jersey, my house, I was paying about $13,000 a year in property taxes. The vast majority of that went to school funding. We had a phenomenal school district. Okay, it had everything, including its own TV station. And the students coming out of there were highly educated. But when you have an inner city that the kids are barely getting anything, no wonder you're going to have youth violence. You're going to have things like that. They don't have the extracurricular activities. I mean, in the 70s, my mom and dad started a marching band to keep kids off the street and off of drugs. And I grew up with diversity. You know, there was every race, creed, color, sexual orientation. It didn't matter. If you were a kid, you were in the band. And when you're brought up around that, you learn to spot who truly are evil people. I did business with Donald Trump in the 80s. I was one of the lucky ones that got paid.
Oh, okay.
But,
yeah.
Yeah, it's I just don't understand how he got here. I really, after meeting him as a person and conducting business with him, I just don't understand how he got here.
I think we know, Vicky. I think
it's the big.
Yeah, it's the elephant in the room is that there's always
it's the biggest rift in the world.
Yeah, the undercurrent of racism and sexism and misogyny. It's always been there in our country. The issue for me specifically, and I've always described it as such, that because he had the biggest microphone in the world, and he told his followers that it's okay to be a racist, sexist, biggest, misogynist, transphobe, homophobe, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that it made it okay for them too. So it's not that these things haven't existed previously. It's just the volume has cranked up since 2016. But Vicky, thank you for jumping in today. I appreciate you very much. And thank you for sharing your story with us. You have a great day, okay?
Great live, by the way. Probably one of the best lives I've been on.
I appreciate you very much. Thanks for saying that. Thanks a lot. You have a good day.
Did you talk about the comment Trump made about Vanessa yet from that article I sent you?
No.
No, the comment he called, saying, it doesn't take $60,000 to bury an effing Mexican.
Right. There was that. So that's in the same story that we talked about the generals.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not even sure how to be careful wading through this. So there's reporting from the Atlantic, and I have this pulled up, that Trump has, again, speaking of fascism, how appropriate that we're talking about this today. The story is such that he wants, I need the kind of generals that Schmittler had. In April 2020, Vanessa Guillen, a 20-year-old Army private, was bludgeoned to her demise by a fellow soldier at Fort Hood in Texas. The unaliver, aided by his girlfriend, set fire to this particular victim's body. Her remains were discovered 2 months later, buried in a riverbank near the base after a massive search. She was the daughter of Mexican immigrants, grew up in Houston, and her unaliving sparked outrage across Texas and beyond. Fort Hood had become known as a particularly perilous assignment for female soldiers, and members of Congress took up the cause for reform. Shortly after her remains were discovered, President Trump himself invited the Guillen family to the White House, with Guillen's mother seated beside Trump. Trump spent 25 minutes with the family as a television camera crew recorded the scene. In the meeting, Trump maintained a dignified posture and expressed sympathy to Guillen's mother. I saw what happened to your daughter, Vanessa, who was a spectacular person and respected and loved by everybody, including in the military, Trump said later in the conversation. He made a promise, quote, if I can help you out with a funeral, I'll help. I'll help you with that, he said. I'll help you out. financially. I'll help you. Natalie Kwan, the family's attorney, responded, I think the military will be paying, taking care of it. Trump replied, good. They'll do a military funeral. That's good. If you need help, I'll help you out. Later, a reporter covering the meeting asked Trump, have you offered to do that for other families before? Trump responded, I have. Personally, I have to do it personally. I can't do it through the government, the reporter said. So you've written checks to other families to help before? Trump turned to the family, still present, and said, I have, because some families need help. Maybe you don't need help from a financial standpoint. I have no idea what. I just think it's a horrific thing that happened. And if you need my help, I'm going to be there to help you. So that story, there's more to the story. I just want to make sure I find the right quote. So this is, again, on record, interviewed people around making this. You heard Trump state in that I will pay for it. I've done it personally myself. Guillen is of Mexican descent. So the story continues, sadly.
Yeah.
According to attendees and to contemporaneous notes of the meeting taken by a participant, an aide answered, yes, we received a bill. The funeral cost was $60,000. Trump became angry. It doesn't, quote, it doesn't cost $60,000 to bury a fucking Mexican, unquote. He turned to his chief of staff, Mark Meadows, and issued an order. Don't pay it. Later that day, he was still agitated. Can you believe it? He said, according to a witness, fucking people trying to rip me off. That's the same story that Trump is wishing he had generals like Schmittler did.
Like Schindler. Yep.
And go ahead, Olive.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. Well, specifically with Vanessa. So for those who don't know, I grew up military family-wide. By the time I heard about Vanessa's story, I actually, and another creator on here, I forget her name, but I haven't seen her in a while, so I think she probably deleted, because after all, the harassment and the doxing, and including Vanessa's sister, was trying to fundraise money for what happened. I've never served. I have a lot of female service members. Just Army Girl last night with Mother Hen and Michelle did a whole live stream last night about women affected by SA within, their platoons, their squadrons, their ship, and everything in between. Specifically with Vanessa's story, when it came out, we were trying to fundraise money. We were trying to figure out what was going on, and it took months to figure out who did this to her. And the fact that the comments that Trump has made, the ideology that it should not, how is it effing $60,000 to bury a Mexican is absolutely insane to me. And when that story came out, I actually got out of work a little bit earlier, and I had a coworker send this to me, and she's just like, I can't. I just cannot with this kind of comment. And these people want to sit here and say that Trump cares about military members and their families and the veterans, and he doesn't. He does not whatsoever. He's never cared. He's not going to care. And it's just, it's honestly infuriating to a whole nother degree. So
yeah, it's and you're right, Olive. It's not just, again, it's really important for people to understand this. It's not just Trump. I did some research earlier today on the 25th Amendment, and I want to talk about it a little bit because we hear this talk quite a bit. Okay, so the 25th Amendment is a clause in our Constitution where it just takes either a member of candidate, but it needs to be a majority member of the cabinet, and the vice president. So they just need to determine, it's literally just a proclamation that needs to be made to the Speaker of the House, say, we believe that the president is unable to carry out the duties of their office. It's literally just that. It's not any more complicated than that. Two ways to remove a president. You either impeach them, and then the Senate, again, Republicans in the Senate had their chance to get rid of Trump twice, and they didn't do it. I think they might regret that decision now. Anyway, it's either impeachment or through the 25th Amendment. So we talk about the puppet masters behind Trump. It's the Heritage Foundation. It's the authors of Project 2025. It is J.D. Vance. It is those individuals, because Trump is too stupid to know any better. They are attempting to manipulate him. So they give him these talking points. He's not coming up with this shit on his own. This whole, enemy from within. I mean, there's historical context to that. Again, I'm the enemy because I support universal health care. Olive's the enemy because she wants the rights to her body. You know, we're all the enemy because we believe that the voter suppression against the BIPOC community in our country is just bullshit. We want everybody to be able to vote. Call me fucking radical. Okay. By the way, check out the I Am Radical t-shirt in the merch store.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So this is the part that is the most dangerous, right? So you align yourself with because JD Vance is further right than Trump, and people don't even realize that.
110%.
He's so much further to the right than Trump. He's younger, he's smarter, he's obviously easily manipulated when you got that taste of power. But when you're talking about members of the cabinet, where's the number? I think it's like 15. So the cabinet includes a vice president, and then heads of the 15 executive departments, secretaries of agriculture, commerce, defense, education, energy, health and human services, homeland security, housing and urban development, or HUD, interior, labor, state, transportation, treasury, veterans affairs, and the attorney general. So it just takes a majority of those cabinet members. So when you're talking about creating a cabinet, again, I mentioned earlier that Aileen Cannon, the judge who threw out the case in Florida, is on a short list for a potential AG. And that memo leaked and that email leaked after she made the decision to dismiss this case. So don't tell me that there's not the fix as an in. This is reality. So what we're talking about here. So imagine somebody like an Aileen Cannon, right, on the cabinet. Imagine somebody like whoever it might be, some sycophant, some Trump sycophant. Yes, one second, Nikki. Who are the cabinet is staffed with people that the Heritage Foundation wants Donald Trump to put on the cabinet. So you follow the train here, right? So those people, the people behind Project 2025, the people behind Agenda 47, the people behind the Republican National Committee's policy, Donald Trump is absolutely locked in step. We have audio to prove that Donald Trump is connected to Project 2025. We've been telling this forever. Those people, when given an opportunity, if he wins the presidency, to immediately remove him from office, absolutely they're going to do it. Absolutely. No doubt about it. Nikki said you had a question about the 25th? You have a question about the 25th?
I did have a question. I heard yesterday, I know that a lot of people are saying that, first of all, I think Vance is much more dangerous than Trump is. Now, I heard that people keep saying that they're going to 25th Amendment him once he gets in. But from what I understand, somebody said yesterday that they're going to have, or they would have Trump go 2 years and 1 day, because once they do that, he's served more than 50% of the time. And that way Vance could run for 2 terms after that, because he didn't serve more than a 50% of the first one.
I don't know. Maybe. Not sure.
Well,
that would mean he could serve 10 years.
Yeah, I don't even want to think about that, because the whole point of us in 13 days is overwhelming the voting booth so much that the MAGA movement goes away. But these are the kinds of things that we'd have to talk about in theory. Right?
That's crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I'm getting down. Guys, keep tapping. We're at 294. Let's get to 350. Guys, there's 1,300 people in here. Why don't we have at least 1,300 shares? Come on. All right.
Thanks, Nikki.
Bye.
So this is what we've been saying. This is part of this whole, again, Project 2025, this blueprint for reshaping the government. That's what it includes. When you're talking about loyalists, it's not loyalists to Trump's. It's loyalists to the Heritage Foundation. Sorry about my dog. Loyalists to the Heritage Foundation. Loyalists to, that far right Christian nationalist movement. That's the issue. And I've seen some of the comments. What's wrong with Project 2025? Well, a lot.
Like, what isn't? Like, legitimately, if you have, look, I have done the due diligence, right? I have read Project 2025 frontwards and backwards on multiple different occasions. I have also shown how there's a lot of things in Project 2025 that is also correlated to Agenda 47, right? It's not hard to see. Project 2025 is the demise of this country, the ridding of democracy, and that's it. That's all that's there.
Cowboys AIM, how are you today?
How are you? Good.
Doing fine, thank you. Who are you planning on voting for?
I've already voted. I voted yesterday.
Who'd you vote for?
I voted for Donald Trump.
Can you tell us why you did?
Why I voted for Trump? I just like some of his policies on abortion a little bit better, and just seeing how he the economy was.
Let's take it one at a time. So you like his policies on taking away women's rights to their body?
Not fully taking away women's rights, just at a certain. I think he said 6 weeks. Am I correct on that?
That's detrimental though, right? When does a heartbeat, when you actually, because that's what's called a heartbeat, right? When is a heartbeat actually heard?
Well, I mean, you should know when if you want a baby or not
No,
at
answer my
6 weeks.
question. Answer my question.
Yeah, actually, you've
Most,
already voted. It doesn't really matter. You can enjoy your fascist campfire, knock yourself out.
Jesus Christ. You know, Trump has flip-flopped on abortion
Yeah,
on
he has.
so many different
He used to be a
occasions.
pro-choice Democrat. Let's be real. Lord
That is
of
true.
Mellon, how are you today?
I'm well. I hope you all are doing well. So I definitely agree with a lot of what you guys are saying, but I think that there's more context, right? That's necessary.
To what?
Well, you guys are definitely right about the Trump and fascism, right? And I would also just to add on to that, there's this thing called the America First Legal, right, which is listed in one of the authors of Project 2025, and it's listed right there if you read it. And America First Legal is run by this guy, chat probably knows. It's like Steve something. He's a white bald man who campaigns for Trump. He was in Trump's previous cabinet, and he's going to be. Yes, Steve Miller. Thank you. Yeah. So he's one of the authors, and it's pretty clearly Trump ties.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I think that you guys are definitely right about that. However, the additional context I would like to introduce is the idea that liberalism paves the road towards fascism, right? And that liberalism helps to promote and support fascism.
Explain.
Yes, of course.
So first of all, let's level set. What is liberalism? What does being liberal mean?
Yeah, so liberalism is the idea of individual freedom through the free market, right?
No, you're combining an economic approach with what liberalism is. Being liberal just means being open-minded and amenable to other person's opinions and views. That's what being liberal means.
I mean, I would disagree with that. I think that...
How can you disagree? I mean, what is there to disagree with?
Well, do you know how, liberalism began? Right? Like with John Locke, with Rousseau.
Sure, but let me remind you of a few things. Liberalism is the reason you can vote, you can work, you can file for divorce, you can buy a credit card, you can buy a home or a car, you can get a driver's license, you're not considered property, you can get pregnant and not get fired, your husband can go to jail for beating you. Do you disagree with any of those things?
In America, that's true. Around the world, it's different.
I'm sorry, do we live in America? I'm sorry, do we live in the United States?
Yeah, but I just mean it's not absolutist. Liberalism is not the one and only way to achieve those things.
Did anyone say that it is?
No, but I mean, but what I'm saying is that those things are objectively good, but that doesn't mean that we have to do liberalism to achieve those things, right? That's what I'm saying.
So conservatism in modern America is what?
Well, that's a really important thing too. Conservatism is, this idea of a rigid social sort of structure of society, things associated with, religion and anti LGBTQ, pro nuclear family,
Right. Sure.
Mhm.
Okay. And if you had to choose between what we just discussed and we agreed on, liberal being open-minded to the views and opinions of all, and or conservatism where it's my way or the highway, which one's better?
Obviously, liberalism,
conservative
but that's not...
by Lord. So the conservative by definition is conserving. What are we conserving? What are we trying to save?
Well, I think liberalism is conservative too. Conservatism is
Let's just answer the question. What are you trying to conserve? Conservatism is what? Trying to conserve what?
Well, I mean, everything from white supremacy to colonialism.
And that's a good thing?
No, it's definitely not. I don't think you're listening to what I'm trying to say.
I'm not sure you're making sense because you're
That's
saying that
that's what I was going to
liberalism,
say.
because you say liberalism leads to fascism, and I'm trying to
Yes.
understand that connection because
Yes.
liberalism. So
I would love to
I guess
explain.
what is fascism then?
Yeah, so I would love to explain, right? So fascism rises up and gains power. There's a really good book by this famous American political scientist named Michael Parenti. He wrote this book called The Black Shirts and the Reds, which is
Can you answer my
about,
question? What is fascism?
yeah, fascism is a popular movement that
Far right,
falls,
autocratic, ultranationalist movement,
yes, it's also a popular movement.
populist movement.
Sure, yeah.
It's not popular, be populist.
No one favors fascism whatsoever.
Sure. When I say it's a popular movement, what I mean by that is that it comes up from the people, right?
No, it
No,
doesn't.
absolutely
It
not.
does not. That's the whole
I
point.
mean,
It's ultra nationalism. It's autocratic. That's not
Mm-hmm.
from the people. That is suppression of the people.
Yeah, not the majority. It doesn't come up from the majority of the people, but it comes up from
The
the
fascists.
masses.
It comes up from the fascists.
Yeah.
So do you want
Yeah.
a society that tells you how to think?
No.
how to feel, what you
No,
can and can't
like
do.
I feel like that's disingenuous. I'm definitely an
It's just a
anti-fascist.
question. I just
right?
asked.
Like
You're
no, but
anti-fascist?
I feel like
But
I feel like you're being disingenuous to me, right? Like
No,
I'm
no, the question
definitely
that you-
an
it's
anti-fascist, right? I'm definitely
but
against
then
fascism.
why are you
What I'm
why are
trying
you
to do
attempting
is
to
what I'm
defend
trying to do is
fascism?
garner a greater understanding of what fascism is, right?
I don't think you
By
know what
using
fascism is.
historical context.
I don't think you know what fascism is.
Why
I
do
think
you
you
say
think
that?
you know, but I don't think you know.
And I mean, as simple as the comparison of liberalism is stepping foot towards fascism is absolutely crazy. I mean, that's not even on the same political quote unquote spectrum. And the ideology of fascism stems from a lot of conservative ideology. I mean, conserving, wanting to keep it this way, telling, you can't be married outside of, same sex and stuff like that. Like you're not
Mm-hmm.
making sense of it.
You brought up the nuclear family and things like that. So, Lord, I mean, I think you know what fascism is, but I don't think you do
Mm-hmm.
because again, it's the oppression of the people. Think about the fascist regimes in world history. Let's think about
Mm-hmm.
1930s Germany, for example. Is that something that rose from the people?
Yeah, they were popularly elected.
Sure, of course they were, but what were they? But what were they told?
Huh?
What were they told? They were popularly elected because of the
Yes.
same type of rhetoric that Trump uses now.
Correct.
The enemy from within, poisoning the bloodline, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Totally agree. Totally
So
agree.
those people were then put in charge. And do you think the voters in Germany were happy with their vote by and large once the mustache man got in power?
Quite a few of the white Germans were, yeah.
Right, exactly. Thank you for proving my point.
Yeah.
Thank you for proving my point.
So listen, like I would love to I haven't really explained my point yet.
I'm not sure if you've made a point yet.
Yeah.
You also you don't
I would
you
love to have the
are you a
opportunity
Phil, bro?
to
Are you a Phil, bro? I think you're a Phil, bro.
I have a degree in political philosophy.
Political
So I've
philosophy?
studied these things, so that's why I don't know, it's kind of weird to say that oh, you don't know these things. I've written
Well, friend, you
extensively on
you
these
haven't
things.
really
I've
given me
studied
much
extensively on
example.
these
You
things.
haven't really
So
given me an
I
example.
would love to have the opportunity to be able to explain what I mean by saying that it paves the road, because so far we've just talked about definitions and things like this, and it seems like that we mostly agree on those definitions, right? So
Well,
I would love
I don't
to
think
have,
we do. I mean, I think you're missing a really you're the one that claimed liberalism is what leads to fascism, and that is just
yes.
absolutely.
I haven't
that's just-
explained it yet. I haven't gotten the opportunity to explain it yet, though.
First of all, what's political philosophy? I mean, I have a political science degree, English major with a political science minor. I don't know exactly what political philosophy is. Like, you can study differences in political philosophy, but again, friend, it's really simple. Have you voted yet?
No.
Are you going to vote?
I'm definitely gonna vote for like local stuff. For
You're
the
not going to vote for
president.
the presidency?
That's up in the air. I could be
Up in
swayed.
the air. So you would still consider voting for Trump at this point?
I would definitely not vote for Trump. No, definitely not.
So what's up in the air then?
Um, well, I mean, this is changing the topic to something that I didn't come up to talk about. You know, I mean, we can
Well,
change the
friend,
topic, but we're
I
kind
can
of.
change the topic whenever I want.
Of course you can. No, of course you can. But I feel like
so
we're just sort of
13 days. We're 13
diverting.
days away from the election. We're 13 days away from the election. Are you going to vote for the presidency or not? Yes or no?
I don't know yet. I'm undecided.
Undecided about what?
About voting for president.
You're undecided as to whether or not you're going to vote for president?
Yeah.
Are you going to participate in our democracy?
Well, I already said I'm going to vote for the local stuff, so yes.
You're not going to vote for representatives in Congress?
Yeah.
You're not.
No, I am going to vote for Congress and for the local stuff. Yeah.
Local representatives, U.S. representatives. Are you going to vote for them? You're going to vote for the U.S. representatives? Are you going to vote for members of the Senate? Yes or no?
Yes, dude. I already answered that.
No, you keep saying local. Are you going to vote for your representative to Washington, D.C.? Are you going to vote for them?
I already answered that. The answer was yes.
Okay, so then do you have an opinion about something?
Yes, but I haven't gotten the opportunity to explain.
And you're not going to get it either because you're just wasting my time. Jesus Christ. What the fuck was that?
That was a Phil bro.
Mr. Palmer, how are you today?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. Who are you planning on voting for?
I plan on voting for Trump.
Tell us why you want to vote for the rapist.
Well, I just like him better.
You just like him?
Yeah, I mean, so you know, he's not really pinned down. He's kind of like a, you know, when he talks about his healthcare plan, he talks about just taking inventory about what's going on and then working from there.
The concept of a plan?
Yeah, that's correct. And I think it's wiser because he's going to go in there and actually look at where it's at right now instead of sit there and make these empty promises.
So you mean the empty promise that he made you back when he ran initially in 2016 to say that
he did improve it. He did improve it. I mean,
how did he improve it?
Well, I mean I mean, for me, I'm a veteran, and he improved it for me.
Wait, you're a vet, and you're going to vote for Trump?
Yes.
So did you take an oath to the Constitution?
Oh my God, absolutely.
I'm just asking. Okay, so then Donald Trump wants to terminate the Constitution.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't get that. I don't know what propaganda you're hearing.
I'm not propaganda. His own words.
Okay, well, let's hear it.
Okay, so
do you have the audio of that? I mean, I'd like to hear it.
It's from Truth Social. His own words on Truth Social.
Okay, well, can you post what he said?
Yeah, I'll read it to you too. So, did Trump lose the 2020 election?
Did Trump lose the? Yeah, it looks that way. He did.
Okay, so was it stolen from him?
Why? I mean, why are you asking that?
Kind of because he lost and he keeps telling you that it was stolen. I mean, I think that would be a fundamental principle of wanting to vote for somebody. If you're defending democracy and you support the Constitution, then you got to accept the fact that you lost an election, right?
Well, I don't think he has to accept it.
Why doesn't?
No, I don't think he has to accept it.
So instead he should just, or coordinate a fake electors plot to try to overturn the results and, thus disenfranchise 81 million voters.
The states send the electors.
Right, the certified electors.
Yes, that's correct. The states send the certified electors. So how does he send them? How does he send them? He doesn't send them. They are approved by the governor.
He, along with Jenna Ellis, Kenneth Cheeseborough, John Eastman, Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell, and others, created a fake electors plot in 7 swing states to get people to sign false documents claiming that they were the electors.
Okay, and what happened? So you're saying it was a coup?
It absolutely was a
coup attempt. A coup
Yeah,
attempt.
to subvert
Oh,
to
okay.
subvert the will of the
Well,
people.
so it was like the worst coup attempt ever, wasn't it?
Yeah, because they suck at cooing.
Almost like it was non-existent, correct?
Well, but it
Almost
was
like
existent.
it was non-existent. It was so bad it didn't work, and it was almost like it was non-existent, right?
Well, no,
yes,
but actually,
that's correct.
No, sir.
Using your words,
friend,
that's correct.
Friend.
Yeah.
It's actually real. These people have been indicted, and some people are going to jail. Some people have pled out.
And they, yeah,
friend,
the RICO
friend,
plot. The RICO plot. Yeah, I understand the RICO plot.
Friend, we're not talking about the RICO plot. We're talking about the fake electors plot. Are you not aware of that?
Yeah, I'm aware of that. And they got misdemeanors.
No, sir. Some of them are facing significant jail time. A lot of them have pled not guilty or pled guilty to a lesser charge.
Are we talking about like Jenna Ellis? Or are we talking about the January 6th?
Can I finish, please? Little Dick, let me finish, okay? A lot of people have already pled guilty. Are you not aware of this?
Yeah,
You're
which people are that? No, I mean I'm aware. I'm just wondering to know who you're associating Trump with, and I'm just clarifying that.
His people?
Who are his people?
What do you mean? Who are his people?
Oh, I'm asking you. I'm asking you to make sure we're on the same page.
His people, the people in his on his legal team, on his campaign team, people like that.
The legal team, they got misdemeanors.
Friend, the cases aren't even done yet. You don't have no idea what you're talking about. It's crazy.
Hey,
Why would you?
all I know is the convictions that they got were misdemeanors, that they mishandled ballots. Okay?
No,
that's all I know.
You don't know what you're talking about.
So it's not
let me
finished.
explain.
So
If
how
you can
can
stop
say
talking
that
for a
they're
second,
convicted?
if you can stop talking for a second, I explain to you. Okay, you don't know what you're talking about.
I'm ready.
Okay, the fake electors plot was coordinated in 7 states: New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. Those 7 states. Okay. Those states, there was a whole group of people that were behind the scenes working at the direction of Trump, his Trump administration, and the Trump campaign to create false, fake slates of electors. Sign them as if they were the official electors from those states where they weren't. In fact, they were told a lie by Rudy Giuliani and others that, listen, we're going to have these at the ready in case the court. We've got all this evidence. We'll prove it to you. And they never presented that evidence. So those people in those states literally signed statements of ascertainment claiming that they were the official electors. They forged the documents to make them look official. Did you not know that?
No, but then it does have to be approved by the governor, and the governor stopped it, and I think it was in Michigan.
Incorrect. You know what ended up happening? They went around. They met in private because officially they have to meet in a public building. They snuck in after hours and they tried to transfer those documents to Mike Pence so that he would have to decide
I never
on
heard
January.
anything
I'm
about
not done
that.
talking.
I never heard
I'm not
anything
done talking.
about that.
I'm sorry. Again, how can then you be a veteran, support the Constitution, and support that?
Okay, because I've never heard that part of it. I've never heard anything about that on any.
I know you
kind of
haven't.
news
That's
or
why I read it
nothing.
to you.
Oh, well, hey, that's you. Okay.
Well,
this is a first, because you know what?
So, Fred, I'm going to read
the
you something.
slate of electors never got through. It was the poorest coup attempt that y'all are accusing him of.
Because Mike Pence did the right thing constitutionally and accepted the actual electors.
Well, actually, Mike Pence was planning on meeting to approve I mean, at any time they can send it back to the states. Okay.
No,
and they can renegotiate it. Yeah, they can.
No, sir. Renegotiate
What's the
what?
14th Amendment? I got it right here.
Renegotiate what?
They can send the election back to the states.
Based on what?
They could have a vote, man.
Based on what? Who's going to have a vote? Who's they?
Look, they go and approve the votes on January 6th, right?
Yes, they do.
And at that time that they can vote to send it back to the states.
Based on what?
Everyone knows that.
Based on what?
It doesn't matter what it's based on.
Yeah, yes, it is.
It matters to you what it's based on. They can say, hey, well, they can send it back for the way that the pandemic was. They really couldn't make laws I mean, they could send it back for anything.
No, they can't, friend. So again, I appreciate you at
Well,
least.
okay, almost anything within
little,
legal parameters.
Palmer, please take a breath, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Take a breath. Within legal parameters. Thank you for saying that. And also thank you for admitting that you didn't know anything about this fake electors plot. I'm going to read you something.
No, I did know about the electors plot, and it got stopped by the governors. The only one that I think that it may have not gotten stopped by is Nevada and New Mexico.
Excuse me. It did not get stopped by the governors. Okay, this is the whole point. There's also in the indictments, if you'd read them, there were members of this coup that tried to get these fake electors into the hands of the worst
coup, right?
Excuse me.
The world's
Exactly. They
worst
sucked at. Excuse me. They tried to get these in the hands of Ron Johnson, who happens to be a senator who's also been part of this plot, to try to get those fake electors in the hands of Mike Pence on January 6th. So no, the governors did not stop them. Okay.
But it was the worst coup attempt in the world.
You're right. It was. They suck at cooing too.
Like it wasn't even almost non-existent.
Hey, can you please, bro? Can you try to stop yelling? I don't know why you're yelling. I'm not yelling. You are.
Well, because
Stop
I'm
yelling.
kind of deaf. That's why. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I didn't know that. I'm not trying to offend you.
Yeah, I worked in artillery and I was up at Fort Bragg and I was a medic.
So, and I struggle with that because again, the election was not stolen. Donald Trump lost the election. He knew he lost. Every member of his family told him that he lost. His attorney general told him that he lost. Members of his cabinet told him he lost. His trusted aides told him he lost. His election officials, his attorney general, Republican governors, Republican state legislatures, Republican secretaries of state, people that voted for him, judges that he appointed, everyone told him that he lost. Everyone. Can you accept that?
Can I accept that he lost?
Yeah.
Well, he's not president, man. He's a
That's
former
not the question
president.
I asked. That's not the question I asked. The claims that
So
he's
you want me
made,
to be that specific? I mean,
well,
I
think
he
it's
lost.
important. Okay,
He lost.
so he's also claimed that there was massive, widespread fraud and deception in the 2020 election.
Okay.
Again, there was none.
Okay.
So then, why would
That's
Donald
your
Trump
opinion.
want? It's not my opinion, friend.
His opinion differs.
Well, his opinion because he's a malignant narcissist and can't accept his loss.
Okay.
The reality of the circumstances, sir, that he lost. Okay, there was no.
I mean,
excuse me.
and he
Excuse
left
me. Hold
office.
on, bro. Hold on. There was no widespread fraud and deception in the 2020 election. So therefore, since you took an oath to the Constitution, how could you vote for somebody who wants to terminate it based on a lie?
I don't see where he tried to terminate it.
He said it.
He said what?
That he wants to terminate the Constitution.
How did he say that? He did.
I'll
I mean,
explain it.
I don't hear that.
Of course you don't. Because you don't want to. So I'll explain
Well,
it to
it's
you.
not a question of not wanting to. I mean, at some point,
friend,
he's the president,
right? But
at the time,
friend,
and
hold on.
He has a level of expertise that he was elected for.
No, he wasn't. No, friend, listen. Just hold on a second, okay? Hold
He
on a
was
second.
elected in 2016.
I know he was, and he won the election freely and fairly, and Hillary Clinton conceded. Why couldn't Donald Trump? Anyway, so the issue is this specifically. There was no massive widespread fraud and deception in the 2020 election. He lost.
Okay.
He
The
knows he
world's
lost.
worst coup attempt. I understand.
Okay, so there was no massive widespread fraud and deception, period. So Donald Trump on Truth Social, okay, on his Truth Social page, this is dated December 3rd, 2022. Would you accept Donald Trump's words on Truth Social as his words? Would you accept that?
Okay, we'll say let's hear him.
Okay, so again, this is what he wrote. So, with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception and working closely with the big tech companies, the DNC, and the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud and widespread winner allows for those found in the Constitution. Our great founding fathers did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections.
Okay.
So, thoughts on that?
Well, he's been consistent in his proclamations, man. I hand him that. Okay. He didn't concede because he really believes what he's saying.
It's not about him believing, friend. Actually, he's also
Well, I
admitting.
mean, dude, how do you not? He believes it, man. He believes it.
It's not about whether he believes it.
Well, I know it's not about what he believes, but
I want to go back to what he said. You took an oath to the Constitution, did you not?
I did, and I don't see where me supporting Trump violates that oath.
Because he said he wants to terminate the Constitution.
He didn't say, you just said he wanted to throw out the election.
He said terminate the Constitution. Did you not hear what I just read?
Well, maybe I didn't. I'm sorry.
Did you not hear what I just read?
Where did he say terminate the Constitution after what? I didn't really hear that. I didn't. I mean,
okay, can you listen again?
Yeah, I'll listen.
Okay, try to listen this time. Listen to hear, not listen to respond. Okay, just listen. I'll ask you to listen, okay? Again, there was no widespread fraud and deception in the 2020 election. So this entire thing is based on a lie, all right? Okay. So this is his words, not mine, his words. So with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception and working closely with big tech companies, the DNC and the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founding fathers did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections.
Okay. I mean, I hear what you're saying about terminating. I mean, I heard that part, but he says, but he follows up and says our founding fathers wouldn't want this.
Yeah, you're right. They wouldn't, and there was no fraud and deception.
Okay. I mean, still, that's a reflection of his opinion. He said he believes that there was massive fraud.
No, he doesn't.
And you believe that it was a coup attempt, and I'm telling you, it's the worst coup attempt. I was stationed up at Fort Bragg, and
he doesn't believe that, though. He doesn't believe it because he's actually gone on the record since talking. I lost by a whisker. We know in the indictments that he knows that the new administration is coming in. He knows he lost the election,
but he didn't concede, right?
You're right, because he's a malignant narcissist who couldn't accept the fact that he lost.
Okay. Do you have some sort of diagnosis? Before calling him a malignant narcissist?
Yeah.
As someone with a psychology degree, yes.
Okay, you can ask me. I actually retired from the VA hospital, and I was a mental health worker. I have a master's degree.
Hang on. The thing you're not understanding, right? I've heard you before. I've seen you before. I've actually spoken to you for a little bit. You were extremely rude to Erica, by the way. The thing I'm not correlating with you is the fact that your username itself shows the fact that you're a troll, and you want to sit here and say all these things, and as if you can I finish the words I say before you cut me off? Because I've been quiet this whole time.
Yeah.
This is a good question that we got from the chat, Fran. I want to talk about this. Just because you fail to rob a bank does not absolve you from robbing a bank.
And that's how Trump feels about the election. Okay.
Right, but just because he lost the election does not mean that there was massive widespread fraud and deception.
Okay, well, because
I'm going to make this simple for you. I think you're a traitor to your oath.
Well, that's your opinion, and you know what? I'm not going to sit there and strike up a TikTok page saying that you have this opinion and that you're wrong. Okay.
So should the U.S. military be used against American citizens?
Well, let's hear it. That's illegal to do so.
Yeah, I know. Why would Trump call for that?
When did he say that? I have yet to hear this.
Of course you haven't heard it, so I'll play it for you. This is do you know who Marina Bartiromo is?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
So that's why I've essentially quit watching the news and I just kind of read stuff.
Okay. So I'll play you something, and then you can tell me if it's okay, if this is okay again, since you took an oath to the Constitution.
What are you expecting? Joe Biden said he doesn't think it's going to be a peaceful election day.
Well, he doesn't have any idea what's happening in all fairness. He spends most of his day sleeping. I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within, not even the people that have come in and destroying our country. By the way, totally destroying our country. The towns, the villages, they're being inundated. But I don't think they're the problem in terms of election day. I think the bigger problem are the people from within. We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics. And I think they're and it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military, because they can't let that happen.
So, radical left. Am I on the radical left?
Are you?
Am I?
You got to ask yourself. Are you radical left?
So does that, because I disagree with him, because I'm radical, because I support, overfunding of public education, universal health care, and women's right to their body, does that make me radical?
No.
Okay, so then what's the line?
Well, the line would be that what he's determining is the line for his opinion.
He's gonna determine what's the radical left, and then use the U.S. military to round people up.
Well, yeah, I mean, like what happened in Wisconsin and stuff, and what happened at January 6th. He actually wanted to bring National Guard. I mean, I listened to Cash tell him
No, he didn't. No, he didn't, though. He took him 3 hours to call the National Guard.
That
3
Nancy
hours.
Pelosi and the mayor of D.C. had to approve the National Guard.
So hang on, Palmer. You need to understand something real quick, right? Who is in control of the National Guard?
Hold on, I'm not going to go there just yet. We're not going to go there yet.
Okay.
We're not going to go there yet. So Palmer, what you just said is really alarming to me, because you said that the president gets to determine who's radical, and the president, being the commander in chief, could invoke the Insurrection Act and then literally use the U.S. military to round up people that he deems as the radical left. Are you okay with that?
Well, I mean, okay, so
can you answer the question? Are you okay with that? Yes or no?
I'm not okay with him like rounding up someone like you who has a TikTok page that I disagree with. Okay.
Well, then again,
I don't really classify you as radical left.
Okay, but he might.
Oh, okay, but he has yet to demonstrate that he hasn't. I mean, he has this opinion. Y'all claim that it was a coup. I say, well, if it was a coup, it was a weak coup.
Still a coup.
Huh?
Still a coup.
Okay, I mean, it was the worst coup attempt in the freaking world.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're right. It was still a coup,
okay.
though. So can you answer my question?
I mean, like it was almost
non-existent. I'm not going to let you run from this. We're not going to let you run for this.
Okay, well,
so in your words,
okay.
Donald Trump gets to determine who the radical left is. So if he decides that me, as an American citizen, right, father, business owner, right,
okay,
just because I oppose his political beliefs, he could decide that the U.S. military can knock at my door and round me up.
Well, we have yet to ascend to the level of like pre Iraqi invasion 2000. We have yet to go to those levels.
Can you answer my question, please?
So I don't think he'll round you up.
Well, again, Fred, how do you know? Because you're the one that just said yourself that it's up to, he has the right to determine that. You're the one that said that.
Okay, well, he hasn't demonstrated anything to say that he would round up people like you. I mean, that's what I look into. That's
do you have
insanity.
Well, okay, so I'm going to introduce you to another veteran. I would like to Obi to kind of have this conversation.
Guy?
Yeah.
Okay, let's hear Obi-Wan.
Another vet.
Yeah. Okay, let's hear Obi-Wan.
Hey, Trader Tot, how you doing?
Trader Tot. Okay, I don't want to talk to this guy.
Yeah. Well, you're going to talk to me.
Oh, really?
This is not an. You have two options. You can sit and learn and display some military bearing, or you can run off like you always do when I show up. Which one is it going to be today?
When you show up, I just think you're full of hot air. I think you're full of hot air, dude.
You always run off.
I think you're full of hot air.
What's
you
it going to
probably
be?
Sit in your lounge all day and sit on TikTok, okay? Where some of us go out and work after we've retired, had a lucrative career for the government, and we're retired, and then we go out and do another job, okay? So,
well, I run two separate companies.
I'm not no traitor.
Whatever.
I served during 2 battles. I bandaged up military veterans. So don't give me your hot air.
You're a traitor.
Okay?
You're a traitor.
No. You're some kind of ageist, misogynist, homophobist, veteranist. That's what you are. Okay? And I don't have to listen to your BS.
Well,
okay?
Well, then you can leave. You can leave.
I mean,
I got this, Olive. You can leave because you're a traitor. If you don't want to have a conversation, see your way out. This is not an airport. You don't have to announce your exit. I also have hearing loss as a result of my time in the military, but I don't have to yell.
Okay.
Because I can self-regulate. So you're a traitor because you continue to support Trump. You also don't seem to ever spend any time or energy researching or learning, despite all the lives that you have been on, despite all the free information you have been given. You come up with the same song and dance over and over and over. It's really exhausting to have people like you claiming to be veterans, claiming to be patriotic, claiming to be this or claiming to be that. But all along, you never have any actual facts or information. You talk about people's feelings. You talk about your interpretation of people's feelings. You have been told over and over again what Trump has done, what Trump has said, but you literally can't think for yourself. So you have two choices. You can engage with me or you can leave. Those are your two choices.
All right, let's engage.
I'm waiting.
Okay, I disagree with you that I'm a traitor.
Okay, now that you said you've disagreed, tell me why you don't think you're a traitor.
One, because President Trump, when he was president, did not do he did a coup that was almost non-existent according to y'all. Okay.
No. We're not going to. Hey, listen. Hey, Trader Tot. We're not going to go in circles. You brought up the coup about 20 times.
Okay.
I'm asking you to defend yourself from being accused of being a traitor to your oath, which is to the Constitution of the United States. You cannot use the name Trump in defending your stance. Trump is not the Constitution. You don't swear an oath to a person.
Okay, why am I not a traitor? Okay, I'm not in front of a firing squad. I haven't gone under UCMJ. I haven't been served up in a military tribunal. Okay, what more facts do you need?
Those are anecdotal talking points. You are a traitor.
I get a government retirement.
Listen, stop.
From the
Stop.
government.
I'm done. Listen, hey, stop. You said what you had to say.
Okay.
You are a traitor because you are supporting a political candidate who wants to destroy the Constitution of the United States. That makes you a traitor to the oath.
I disagree with you.
It doesn't matter whether you disagree.
A traitor would say
I
that.
disagree with you, man.
But you can't defend it.
Man, neither can you. You can't.
Yes, I
mean, you
actually
want to do away with my personal right to pick a candidate because you want to shame me into being a traitor. I'm not a traitor.
You are a traitor because
I'm just going to go out and vote. Okay,
you
so
support
you don't think,
a political candidate. You support a political candidate,
and you support a political candidate that wants to keep taxes over 20%. Any other time in history, that's involuntary servitude.
Trader.
Dude, you really don't know anything. I have come to believe that people like you literally come up here and you suffer so strongly from Dunning-Kruger and literally intellectual dishonesty is so strong with you. Okay. You have no idea about taxes. The fact that you said over 20%, first of all, you aren't even aware of the history. No, I'm just saying you're not even aware of history.
Okay.
Right? You are a traitor. This is why. I'm going to say it one more time. Try to let it sink in. You continue to support a political candidate who wants to destroy the Constitution of the United States. Your oath was to protect it against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That would mean a person who is a political candidate in the United States running to destroy the Constitution would be an enemy and a destroyer of the Constitution. Your oath then would prevent you from voting for that person, supporting that person, engaging in conversations about that person.
Okay. That's your opinion. I don't know what to tell you, man.
It's a fact. It's not an opinion.
Done with the traitor.
Anyway, thank you. By the way, this guy comes up on multiple lives. When I heard his voice, I couldn't remember. He also has about 5 or 6 different
he has different accounts.
So I'm gonna I'll add this one to my list and send it out to Nikki.
Appreciate
the other
you.
ones. I'll try to correlate those.
Just as a reminder to people that they vote. So if you need yet another reminder why voting is so crucial and important, then let the previous trader be that reminder. Thanks, Obi. Appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, man. I'll drop.
Okay, talk to you later.
Yeah, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, I love you, buddy.
Bye,
See you later.
Obi.
Bye.
I did, while they were talking and stuff and listening to the Trader Tot go, I did create a Trader Tot.
Nice. We need that emote.
So, I sent it.
Thank you. Everybody keep tapping and sharing, please. Let's see if we can get to 500K today. Harley, how are you today? Harley 461, 23. Okay. I think Harley might be out for a run. I don't want to assume anything else.
I don't like being in someone's pocket.
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah. Adon, how are you today?
Good morning. How are you doing?
Doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind today?
Well, I was listening earlier talking about January 6th, a couple of comments that, I want to talk about.
Okay.
And, set the record straight on a couple of things.
Set the record straight. Okay.
Absolutely. And everything that I'm going to say is actually backed up by testimony and is factual. Trump absolutely offered the National Guard.
No, he didn't.
He didn't.
Ma'am?
If it's backed up by testimony, Adon, that's not true.
Sir, he did not.
He did not.
Ma'am?
Again, if it's backed up by testimony, Adon, then you can't come up here and
If
make the
you
claim.
watch. Okay, what they said in the testimony is he never signed the document authorizing beforehand the 10,000 National Guard.
How many National Guard troops are there in D.C.?
The Capitol Angels?
How many National Guard troops are there in D.C.?
I think there's 25,000 National Guard in the Capitol Angels.
2,500.
2,500. Oh, well, 2,500. Thank you for correcting me.
Okay, so then if he called in an order for 10,000 National Guard
He
troops,
did not. He did
Right,
not.
exactly.
There was no order ever called in. He offered.
Okay, but who commands the D.C. National Guard, Adon?
So, on that day, and actually beforehand, Trump actually gave the authorization to
No, he
Christopher
didn't.
Steele, which is the secretary. Ma'am, I can prove that by the Capitol National
It's a simple
Guard,
question, Adon. Who commands the D.C. National Guard?
the Pentagon.
No.
The president.
The president.
Okay, if
The
you hear me out,
The
I will
president
prove these
controls.
facts
No,
to you.
because what you're doing right now is you're not actually adding anything to it, right? He claims
you
that
just
he
are
offered.
refusing to
Can I
hear the
finish a
facts.
sentence before you cut me off? You can sit there and call me
You're the
ma'am all
one who
you
cut
want.
me
That
off,
doesn't make you
ma'am.
any
I'm
different,
trying
right?
to make a
What you're doing is
valid
you're spreading
argument.
misinformation.
Let's let him spew.
You
Let's let him
refuse to listen.
Let's
And
let
the
him
fact is that this year, in 2024, back in April, 4 Capitol Angel National Guard servicemen testified, and in that testimony, they stated that yes, Trump did authorize the National Guard, gave that authorization beforehand to the secretary, Christopher Steele.
Okay.
Christopher Steele then authorized the Secretary of the
Christopher Steele?
Army. He was the Secretary of State on January 6, 2022.
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
So your claim is that the Secretary of State, on what date? His name was Christopher Steele?
Talking about Christopher Steele. Yes.
Miller. I'm sorry. Christopher Miller.
Miller?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So again, the question I have, Adon, is really, really simple. All right. And I'm hoping you're willing to at least try to have a conversation and try to learn something. Okay. Who is the commander-in-chief of the DC National Guard?
The authorization was already given by the
Answer my
commander.
question, please. Who
The
commands the
president.
DC National Guard?
The president.
Okay, so then if I'm gonna play this out with you. Say that's true. Say what you're saying is true, and I can debunk exactly what you're talking about because I know exactly what you're talking about. Let's assume though that you're true. And if the president of the United States is the commander in chief of the DC National Guard, which he is, the position is, why were they not ordered in immediately?
During the testimony of
Answer
the
my
four
question,
national,
please.
the
Answer my
four
question,
National
please.
Guard, I'm
We're
I'm
not
telling
talking
you exactly what
authorization.
happened.
We're not talking authorization.
No, if you let me talk, I will answer your question. You can't cut me off when the question is
you're
more
going to answer.
complicated than
No, friend.
it just
It's
wasn't
a
called
simple
in.
question. It's a simple question. You did not necessarily accept the fact that the president is the commander of the DC National Guard. You
authority
tried to
was
say it was the
already
Pentagon.
To Christopher Miller. That is a fact. You cannot dispute that. It is
Yes, I
in
can dispute it
testimony.
because the Secretary of the
Look it up.
Defense, the Secretary
Google
of Defense
it right
report,
now. Get on your computer and Google
Fred,
it, and
Adon,
it will prove
Adon,
you completely wrong. You're on January 6th. The authority was already given to Christopher
stop
Miller.
talking. Adon, stop talking. Who does the Secretary of Defense report to?
The president.
Okay, so then therefore chain of command would then say what?
That he already had the authority.
It's not about the authority, friend. It's about whether or not the president was derelict in his duty that day.
He wasn't. If they already had,
Adon, you've got to let me. I don't want to mute you, bro, but you got to let me finish the sentence, okay? The reality is such as this, all right? If Donald Trump wanted the DC National Guard to be in DC that day, all he had to do was make the order. Why didn't he do that?
He did.
He didn't. The order,
He did.
not an authorization, the order. Why didn't he give the order?
Nancy Pelosi, the
No.
Sergeant at Arms,
Adon,
refused to have the National Guard
friend,
there.
again, so does the Sergeant of Arms, does Nancy Pelosi, does the Speaker of the House have more power than the President?
She's in charge of the Capitol and
That's not what I asked. That's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked. Does the Speaker of the House have more power than the President?
Who's in charge of the Capitol?
Friend, answer the question.
Answer my question.
Does the Speaker of the House have more power than the President?
Absolutely not. Who's in charge of the Capitol?
Therefore, doesn't matter who's in charge of the Capitol.
You said you'd answer my question, didn't you? You just said that. Now answer my question.
I am.
Answer my question.
I am.
You're saying it doesn't matter. Answer my question. Who's in charge of the
matter
Capitol?
because I'm
Yes,
answering.
it absolutely
Calm down,
does.
Adon. Calm
Because
down.
who is in charge of protection of the Capitol?
Adon, calm
Every day.
down.
Who's in charge of it?
Calm down.
No,
Calm
you aren't
down.
going to. You aren't going to escape this. Who?
I'm not
is in
escaping
charge
anything.
of the
Adon.
Capitol? Tell me.
Adon.
No. You. What you're trying to do is you're trying to.
Okay, I'm gonna put a sock in your mouth because you're unwilling to be an adult.
Stop deflecting.
I'm not deflecting. I'm answering
You
your
absolutely
question.
are, sir. You said you'd answer it, and now you're
I
deflecting.
am
saying it
answering
doesn't
your
matter.
question, Adon.
Who's in charge?
I'm answering your question. The Speaker of the House, along with the Sergeant at Arms from the House and from the Senate, all have responsibilities over security for the Capitol. The DC National Guard reports directly to the president. So the question I have for you is, you still haven't answered this. If Donald Trump wanted the DC National Guard there that day, why didn't he order that? And then you said, well, Nancy Pelosi. So then I asked you, who has more power in the government? The president. So therefore, if the president wanted the DC National Guard to be there, he could have ordered him. That's part one. Part two, 187 minutes he sat on his ass and did nothing. Why
When
is
were the
that?
National Guard called?
Why did the president sit on his ass for 187
When
minutes?
was the National Guard called?
187 minutes later, friend. And who called them?
When was the National Guard called?
And who called them?
Secretary Miller.
Why?
No.
And that's not true either.
He already had the authority beforehand to call the National
Oh
Guard.
my God.
So
You don't have any truth to this at all.
No,
You don't have any
and that's
facts
the
to this at
biggest-
all.
Do you
Dude,
have
and the
a
thing-
device
no.
to look stuff up?
I'm going to put a sock in your mouth. Today's the DC National Guard was formed in 1802 by President Thomas Jefferson to defend the newly created District of Columbia. As such, the commanding general of the DC National Guard is subordinate solely to the President of the United States. It is the only National Guard unit out of all 54 states and territories which reports only to the president, Adon.
Now
so
look
again,
up if
excuse
Secretary
me,
Miller
I'm not
had
done
authority
talking.
on
So
January
again,
6th.
if the president wanted them there, why did he not send them?
Look this up. Since you have a
Why
second
can't
device,
you answer my question?
look this up.
Why can't you answer the question?
Why can't you just do what I'm asking so I can prove you 100% wrong?
How are you going to dispute the National Guard chain of command?
Because what you're doing is you're deflecting from what I'm saying. And you're deflecting because what I'm saying is the truth about what happened. And these men who are honored servicemen testified to exactly what happened.
That's the thing, though. No, what you're saying is absolutely wrong, because I have that information pulled up, right? Politico specifically states that they were absolute liars. Those colonels that you're speaking on. Hold on. Let me finish talking. Let me finish talking, dude. Shut up. Let me finish.
Politico called
You're gonna let
liars.
me finish, because the thing you're not understanding is everything that you're talking about, this hearing and everything that occurred, they were absolutely lying about it. They were lying how everything works. And you're sitting here and you're trying to deflect this ideology that Trump didn't, Trump had these like 100,000 or 10,000 National Guard service members on standby. And you want to keep blaming Nancy Pelosi when he's the one in charge. He sat on his ass for 3 fucking hours watching our Capitol be attacked, having other people, other states, the state, Virginia state governor offered the National Guard. New Jersey offered their National Guard. And Trump still wouldn't let them help. He sat there and continued to watch this happen. His own family members told him, you need to call in the Guard. And yet he still sat on his ass watching our fucking democracy be diminished by a bunch of whack jobs.
And you know
That's
what else?
what you're not understanding.
Sorry, Olive. And do you know what else, Adon?
You're fine.
So you're calling the National Guard servicemen respected men with a combined service record over 90 years. You were calling these men liars with absolutely no
I am calling the
proof.
man who sat there and lied openly for this testimony a fucking liar. That is exactly what I'm calling him. And I'm also calling you delusional and a traitor to your own country, because you want to support a man who doesn't care about anything but his damn self and is only running so he doesn't have to go to jail.
And then what else I think you failed to recognize, Adon, is that this was all part of a master plan put in place by Trump and members of his campaign, people like Steve Bannon and Roger Stone, to subvert the will of the people. And January 6th was the last day. This was a coordinated assault on democracy, knowing full well that people like you will believe it. Why is it so hard to accept
Where were
the
Steve
fact?
Bannon
I'm not done.
and
I'm
Roger
not done.
Stone on
I'm not done
January
talking.
6th?
I'm not done talking. To allow people like you to believe these lies that have continued 4 years after the fact. You are probably one of the same people. I'm not done. You probably think of the same people. You're probably one of the same people who thinks it was Antifa, right?
To call these men liars is just wrong.
Oh, but Donald Trump's telling the truth?
These men went up in front of the House committee and testified under oath about what happened that day and what they knew. And you're going to sit here and try and say that these men are liars? Think about that.
Yeah,
that's
I'm
not
saying that.
right.
So you think Donald Trump's telling the truth?
So if you're going to call them liars, you're admitting that during their testimony that they actually testified. Whoa, no, listen to me. So during their testimony,
do you think Donald Trump is telling the truth?
What I'm saying is actually what they testified to. That Secretary Miller, he'd already been pre-given authority to call in the National Guard.
He's not the one who called in the Guard.
You won't answer the question.
The authority was given to him by the President of the United
That's not how
States,
that works.
and he's absolutely legal, ma'am.
Play this out with me, Adon. So play this out. So play this out with me, Adon. I'm going to try to use your logic, okay? So say I'll give you the hypothetical that you're right. Okay, the Secretary of the Army, Secretary of Defense now has the authorization to call the National Guard. The President wants the National Guard there, and they disagree. The Secretary of Defense says I don't want them. The President says I do want them. Who wins in that debate?
They were called 15 minutes into this going down.
Answer my question. If the Secretary of Defense
testified to,
excuse me, I know this is going to be a hard question to answer.
Started getting together,
I understand. I know this is going to be a hard question to answer. I understand that.
The Pentagon was sitting in there,
Excuse me. I know this is going to be a hard question to answer. If the Secretary of Defense and the President disagree on to calling in the National Guard that day, who wins?
There was no disagreement. There was no disagreement whatsoever.
There was a disagreement.
No, there wasn't.
Obviously there was, because
got held up.
You can't shut up. So the reality of the circumstance is this, friend. Okay, if what you're saying is true, and you're saying that Donald Trump is absolved of this because of the Secretary of Defense having responsibility and or authorization to call in the Guard. If Donald Trump wanted this rebellion, this insurrection to end, he could have called them in. Why didn't he do it?
They already had the authorization. The Army, the Secretary of the Army had the authorization in the Pentagon.
You don't understand how
understand what
the
we're
chain of
saying.
command
You don't
works.
understand.
No,
You're trying
you
to say,
don't
why didn't Trump make a separate phone call? The authority was already there. It was already
Then why
being
weren't they
done.
called
No,
in?
it was not.
Then why weren't they
They
called in?
were. They absolutely were.
When did they show up?
What was it? 2.5 hours later? Three
Why is that?
hours later they showed up?
Why did it take 3 hours?
Why did it take 3 hours for them to get there? And what phone call?
Because somewhere in the Pentagon, when they started having their meetings about showing up to it, and the generals over there started talking about the optics of it, and that was the holdup. And then this is what these men testified to.
Right, of course they did. So here's the problem. Here's the problem with people like you. You are unwilling to look at the fact that Donald Trump and his campaign and his minions and people in his orbit attempted to subvert democracy. Not only on January 6th, that was just the end. The fake electors plot, signing fraudulent documents, the whole stop to steal a rally. He's an insurrectionist. He is a flat-out insurrectionist. And we know this because of what he told his followers. We're going to march to the Capitol. That's what they did. They marched to the Capitol. Why did they march to the Capitol, Adon? Why did they do that?
To protest.
So, but what did they do when they got there?
They did wrong things.
Yeah, and because of whom?
How do 300 people
because of whom?
break into a building?
Because of whom? They
How
went there
do
and did
300
bad,
people
they went
break
there,
into a
they went
building
there and did
with a
bad things.
$500
They
million
went there and did
budget?
bad things, Adon. They went there and did bad things because of whom?
Why? How does a
They
building
went there
with
and did bad things, Adon, because of whom?
because they were pissed off
They
about
went
feeling
there
like the
and
election
did
was
bad
stolen?
things, Adon, because of whom? Why did they go to the Capitol?
They made their own decisions.
No, who told them to go there?
Oh my God.
Themselves did. They
Who
decided
told them to go there?
They decided themselves to go there.
Who told them to go there, Adon?
They decided.
They decided. So do you think if Trump had not said march to the Capitol, they would have gone?
Maybe.
Adon, you know what, bro? You are in a fucking cult.
Ma'am.
Holy shit.
And need I remind, Secretary of Defense Miller testified in 2021 to Congress that no such order ever came from the president. I just want everyone to be aware of it. And this article that Politico sent out was talking specifically about the generals testifying to Congress and how they absolutely lied. Okay.
So thank you, Amber. I just got the audio too. So we'll play this real quick here. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. We're 395 with almost 2,000 people in here, guys. Let's see if we can get to, Jess, that's 2,000, by the way. Just kidding. Inside joke. I'd like to see if we can get to 500K likes today. That'd be awesome. So I'm going to play this audio. So January 6th committee released a new audio of former acting Defense Secretary Chris Miller testifying under oath that no one ordered to have National Guard troops ready to protect the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, contradicting assertions made by Trump and his chief of staff, Mark Meadows. So let me find that audio. Where is it? Here we go.
Fox News that, quote, even in jail, there were orders to have troops ready to protect the Capitol.
Just want to be clear here that since then, in February of 2021, Mark Meadows said on Fox News that, quote, even in January, that was a given. As many as 10,000 National Guard troops were told to be on the ready by the Secretary of Defense. Is there any accuracy to that statement?
I'm not from my perspective. I was never given any direction or order or knew of any plans of that nature.
Never given any direction or order. That's testimony given under oath. Well, as opposed to this moment.
I definitely gave the number of 10,000 National Guardsmen. I think you should have 10,000 of the National Guard ready. they took that number, from what I understand, they gave it to the people at the Capitol, which is controlled by Pelosi, and I heard they rejected it because they didn't think it looked good.
Gave that number to the people at the Capitol.
So, since our friend, the other traitor to our country, made the claim that it was Chris Miller who actually gave that testimony, sadly, Chris Miller said, nope, never got that order. So once again, it's really tough when the truth is on your side, isn't it? It's really weird. It's really strange to have that happen. But again, that's just the reality of the circumstance. All right, we'll bring up Marty. Funny how the truth hurts.
Lizzo said it.
Martyr, how are you today?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hello, how are y'all? I didn't mean to join, but I'm good. Good. How are y'all doing?
Doing great.
I didn't mean to join. I kept tapping, but I just want to say that I do support Harris. I'm a medical engineer, so I totally 100% support women's right, and I don't believe that it's up to the state. I believe it's pro-choice, and because I design and I engineer like vacuum accumulators, the MRI scans, the CAT scans, and yeah, Harris 2024 all the way.
Thank you, Martyr. Appreciate you very much. You have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Nikki also wants me to tell people to keep sharing the live. We have 2K people in here. We're only sitting at 1.1K shares. Just share it out. Share it out to people. Copy link. Copy link helps. I copy link and then is caring.
Yeah.
That's what the Care Bears taught me.
That's right. I think I did reset, didn't I? Yes, I did. Ban racism. Thank you. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Just a quick question. I mean, I'm a Harris supporter, Democrat, all the way. But just a quick question.
Sure.
So, let's say if Donald Trump theoretically does win the election and J.D. Vance runs, would it be up to him to certify the election in the future? And let's say if he loses and refuses to do what Mike Pence did honorably and accept the results of the election, if he decides to try to overturn the results and the Supreme Court supports him, does that mean that essentially power moves away from the electorate? I mean, could that happen theoretically?
No, because the Biden-Harris administration is in office until January 20th at noon. So the certification happens on January 6th. So Kamala Harris would be certifying the election, whether she.
Oh no, not this one. I mean the next one. If Trump was to win this election at 4 years down the line.
I'm not thinking that far ahead yet, man. Who knows? I mean, let's get through 13 days first.
Yeah, fair enough. But anyway, yeah, I support Harris all the way. Yeah,
thank you for that, brother. Appreciate you. Have a good day.
Cheers, you too. Take care.
All right, bye. Yeah, I don't want to think. I mean, I have a hard time thinking what I'm going to have for lunch. Never mind 4 years in advance. I'm just saying. Moving to Vegas. How are you today?
Well, sir, how are you?
Doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind today?
Yeah, I've never voted Republican. This is going to be the first election that I vote Republican.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I'm deeply concerned about how most of the heads of the Democratic Party, a lot of the figureheads, have basically come out and said that they oppose the First Amendment. I think your sign's actually backwards.
So Donald Trump wanting to arrest people for burning the flag is a direct violation of the First Amendment.
So listen, I don't agree with 100% of everything that everyone does, but I'm more worried specifically about speech. And I find that when I have this conversation with people,
that's a violation of speech.
Sure, yeah, but we're talking about a violation of a type of speech rather than saying things like Walls is a great example, right? He gets on TV and says that there are no protections for misinformation under the First Amendment and hate speech, and that's literally what the First Amendment is about.
Let's talk about Facebook.
That's not what it's about.
I mean,
what does the First Amendment do? Moving? What does it do?
The First Amendment protects the people from the government stopping types of speech, right? But I understand that it's not.
Do you think all speech should be permitted?
It's not all speech is permitted.
Okay, so what's your point?
Yeah. But things like hate speech and misinformation are protected. And so what happens is when the government wants to be the arbiters of what is hate speech or what isn't, and what is true and what isn't, that's when we have a problem. And so Hillary Clinton said, I mean, look at what most of the parties' heads, like John Kerry, Hillary Clinton, AOC, Walz, and Harris herself. They're literally talking about saying, we are going to stop these social media companies from being able to just say whatever they want.
They've never said that. They've never said that.
Yes, they have.
First of all,
they have.
No, they have not said that, sir. What they have said is that they've not said that. Okay, what they've said is they in conversations. It's the same thing with the story that came out with Zuckerberg and the whole 2020 election and all that kind of stuff. And people get confused.
That's a great example. You're making my point.
Okay, so then, so you believe the Biden administration suppressed the Hunter Biden laptop story?
Mark Zuckerberg came out and said that himself.
Okay, so do you believe the Biden-Harris administration suppressed the Hunter Biden laptop story?
Mark Zuckerberg came out and said that himself.
Friend, it came out when Trump was president.
Not the Harris administration. I apologize, but the FBI came and said to them that
it was the Trump administration.
Okay.
When that happened. It was the Trump administration. I'll also remind you that Donald Trump pressured Twitter when Chrissy Teigen went on Twitter and called Trump a pussy-ass bitch. So is that suppression of free speech?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so then tell me again how what the Harris campaign and others have said to suggest to social media companies, what is your plan for blatant misinformation? Now, it's up to the social media company if they want to do something with it. It's up to them. Do you think misinformation is helpful to society?
So when Kamala Harris says,
can you answer my question, please?
Go ahead. What's the question?
Do you think misinformation and hate speech has a benefit?
That's not the point. The First Amendment, you don't have a First Amendment if you are protecting only the things that you like.
It's
right?
Not about it's not about the things that you like. No. Hold on. It's not about the things that you like. Okay? It's not about the things that you like. And I want to go back to your claim. It was the Trump administration that suppressed the Hunter Biden laptop story, not the Biden-Harris administration. Let's be clear about
government,
that.
It wasn't Trump that was doing that, obviously,
it
right?
Was the Trump
it was
administration.
During Trump's administration when that happened, but it's still the government arm of the intelligence agency that went out and had 50-something people that did that. So the point is that the government institutions are doing that.
Okay, so
that's the point. Trump. Do you think that Trump ordered the FBI to go do that?
Do I think Trump called his buddies over at Twitter and said, "Hey, take down the Chrissy Teigen story"? Because
so you want to make it about something else? I get that, but do you think that Donald Trump had the FBI suppress the Hunter Biden laptop?
Do I think that Donald Trump had the FBI suppress the Hunter Biden laptop? I don't know, but what is your point?
Come on, let's be honest. You know that's not the case. The point is that the government arms are going out and telling social media companies that they can or can't say this or that. Mark Zuckerberg came out and said, "I was told not to say these things," and it wasn't just the Hunter Biden laptop. It was also about COVID.
They said,
right?
That's not what they said. They made suggestions about what is your policy regarding misinformation, specifically as it relates to COVID and other things, because there was so much misinformation out there. Ultimately, what did Meta do? They ended up changing some of their terms and conditions, didn't they? Now, isn't that a benefit for everybody? That was not the administration. That was up to them. Everybody has their own terms and conditions. The question I have for you, though, is we have examples of things that happened under the Trump administration, and you're claiming that it's the Harris administration that wants to do this?
Well, because Harris was during COVID, and it was they had stopped several things from happening. You couldn't say things about COVID all day.
They didn't stop it,
right?
They didn't stop it. They didn't stop it.
So you're saying that the Twitter files are fake? That they had. Well, it is about the Twitter files, right? That's my point. Is that we have government institutions that are going to social media companies and saying you can and can't say this. You have to take this stuff down.
The Twitter files, man. Really?
Are the Twitter files fake?
When? My God. Bro, it's not that the Twitter files are fake, but you're using.
Okay, so then what
Can
you're
I
saying
finish
is
my-
that
can
it's
I finish
happening. That's my point.
Listen, you're not understanding. Okay, you're not understanding.
What am I not understanding?
The Twitter files exist, but if you're using that as the source to claim that the Biden-Harris administration was now targeting social media companies to stop taking down information, you are just blatantly wrong. The Twitter files is also the source for all this other information that were supposed to connect Joe Biden to crimes. It was also all these other things that connected Joe Biden to China. None of that has been proven true. None of it.
There was
none of it.
There was a congressional hearing that showed that Joe Biden was guilty, but that he's too old and they're not going to pursue it.
That's
and
not
that's not
true
even
at
about
all.
the that is 100% true. You need to look into that, my friend. It is absolutely true.
I've read the
They
deposition of you.
found that there was like $20 million that has been passed around
they have
around the
not
Biden
found
family,
that, my friend.
Anyway,
That's
so
not
let's
true.
get back to the First
Sorry,
Amendment.
we're not going to do that. Sorry, we're not going to do that. The
Not
reality
gonna
of
do
the
what?
circumstance is a Republican-led committee who's been investigating Joe Biden for years has told you that there was all this nefarious activity. When the rubber was meant to hit the road, they literally said, listen, we can't connect them to anything. So if it was so important then to try to distract you, why did it just kind of fizzle off into the nether regions? Why is that?
Because they never hold each other accountable.
Oh, so the Republicans who, when they, day one, after Joe Biden took office, the next day, Marjorie Taylor Greene said Marjorie Trader Greene said she wanted to bring up impeachment articles against Joe Biden. They've been after him from day one. How is it they don't?
Yes, we agree that using lawfare against political opponents is not a good idea.
I believe in following, if you commit a crime, you should be investigated.
Well,
Nice
I mean,
try,
the Hunter Biden laptop showed a whole lot of really bad stuff, and we agree that that's true. And there was a lot of conversations on there that were really, really terrible, that did not look good for the Biden family.
No, sir, we don't agree. We don't agree with that.
We don't
agree at all.
Okay, so we don't agree that the Hunter Biden laptop was real?
I never said the Hunter. Let's try again. You're not very good at this. The Hunter Biden laptop is real, but the information, how did it get in the hands of James Comer and members of the Trump orbit? How did they get in those hands? Who was the provider of that information?
What is the line of chain of custody?
Yeah,
I don't know exactly what the chain of custody is.
Rudy Giuliani.
Okay, so what you're saying is Rudy Giuliani put stuff onto the Hunter Biden laptop that was fake.
I don't know if Rudy did, but it was the forensics has said that the laptops and the hard drives and the laptops had been manipulated.
So listen, I mean, hey, the Hunter Biden laptop wasn't even supposed to be real according to the FBI.
No one ever. That's completely
right. There was
not
how many was it? 51 or 52?
Friend,
Oh my God.
again, you're just not good at this. You should do better. No one has ever said the Hunter Biden laptop was not real. It's the question of chain of custody and what was on it. And like I said, I'll say this in front of nearly 2,000 people. If there are crimes that Joe Biden committed, lock his ass up, throw away the fucking key. I do not care. Hunter Biden goes to jail. I don't give a shit. I promise you, moving, that I will not vote for Hunter Biden. You have my word. If he's guilty of a crime, throw his fucking ass in jail. Why can you guys not say the same about Trump?
Right, but that's why. That's why. Okay, so then why was the appellate court in New York throwing out the felony convictions that he had?
Older
Right?
millennial, friend. That's a different case. Would you like to understand? Would you like to understand?
Go for it.
Okay, so first of all, the appeals court has not made a decision yet, so it is in appeals, and that is the civil fraud case. That's when he was lying about his statements of financial condition, elevating the property value to get loans and devaluing it to pay less in taxes. Okay, that's what the appeals court is reviewing now. Okay, that's got nothing to do with his felony convictions. The felony convictions, 34 times convicted felon because he falsified business records to cover up another crime. So a misdemeanor used to cover up other crimes in New York is a felony, and he did it 34 separate times. That case has not even gone to appeal yet because it hasn't been sentenced. The sentencing doesn't happen until, I think, until November. So two separate cases, two entirely separate cases.
Yes, for sure. And so using money to pay somebody off is not a crime, right? And
No,
I understand that they had to combine that. They had to combine that to
Incorrect.
to make it
That's
a crime,
not
they
the
had to
crime.
combine things to make it a
Incorrect.
felony. And there
Incorrect.
was ways that judge had changed
Incorrect.
how
Incorrect.
normally convictions
That is incorrect,
happen.
sir. That's
Right?
incorrect. Paying hush money is not a crime. When you cover it up by falsifying business records through banknotes, ledgers, checks, that's the crime. So when you falsify business records, that is a crime. Misdemeanors, when you use it to cover up something else, which is what the jury ruled 34 separate times, that's why he's a 34-time convicted felon awaiting sentencing.
Yeah, we agree that using lawfare against political opponents is not good.
No, we don't.
And I think that
nice
when
word,
you
though.
look
No,
at when you look at what happens in Washington D.C., I don't really give a shit that he paid off Stormy Daniels.
I'll ask you the question, since I made it public that I would, if Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or Bill Clinton or anybody else, if they commit a crime, they go through the jury process, jury finds them guilty, then they're not going to get my fucking vote. Throw their asses in jail. Why is it that you can't say the same about Trump?
I can say the same about Trump, but the thing is I don't feel that he's been treated fair. Just like you can sit here and say, I definitely don't.
Why didn't you just start there? Why didn't you just start there then? If it's your feelings.
Well, yeah, I don't. I believe that he's just like it happens all the time. I believe that lawfare has been used against him consistently. I think that this is the only candidate that actually wants to downsize our government and make things more efficient. I think that our government.
Now it's Elon. So you're moving from older millennials' talking points to Elon Musk's talking points now. So again, you don't care about the rule of law. You just don't like the fact that your guy is being held accountable finally.
I do care about the rule of law, but we don't agree that he's been treated fairly in the court system.
It's criminality. So what's not fair about it? Let's talk about that. What's not fair about it?
Well, I think that it's not fair that they changed the way that the judge they changed the way that the decisions are made, that convictions are. All the jurors did not have to come to a single decision. Right?
That is incorrect. Nope. They all had to be unanimous that the crime was committed. They did not have to be unanimous as to what the predicate crime was.
Sure.
Big difference.
So that's not normally how that would function.
That's not true. It happens all the time.
I saw a lawyer break that down, and so listen, I'm not a law expert, but what I saw and what they broke down was how that is not how normally things are done, because the jurors did not have to find that he was guilty on like 100% guilty on this one thing. As long as all of them felt he was guilty on one of these different items, as long as they felt like he was guilty of one of them, then he was guilty of all of them.
No, I'll read you. How about if I just read you what the jury instructions are? How about that? Would that just be easier?
Go for it.
Okay, so why don't we just do that? Let's just look at the jury instructions. Okay, let's see.
While you're looking that up, I'm to go back to my original point. I think that the First Amendment is really under threat under the Democratic Party. When you look at what Hillary Clinton has said, what Harris Walz has said,
You've not given us an example. Example.
When they say
what
things
example?
like
a singular example.
Harris herself had said that Elon Musk has lost his privilege to run a platform, and that they need the same rules. Well, who do you think is going to set those rules?
When did she say that?
She did. She absolutely
has. Show
when?
me where she said that.
She has. I've seen it multiple times. She said
okay,
it.
Show me where.
I don't. What do you want me to do? How do you want me to show you right
Pull
now?
up information.
Where you saw it. Otherwise, it's trust me, bro.
I did. I saw. Well, what do you want me to do? I don't have control of the screen.
I want you to tell me where you saw it, and I can look it up. Tell us where you saw it.
I would have to go find it. This isn't like a hidden video. It's not like
trust me, bro. That's a trust me, bro thing. Because the thing you're also not understanding is the ideology that the Harris administration wants to do is combat misinformation. That is a harmful rhetoric that hurts multiple different people as you keep spreading it.
You're making a great point. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Sir,
yes, you're talking. I understand. Go ahead.
Cool. So, like, legitimately, the thing that I'm also not understanding is you're talking all this stuff about news places, and Trump has been trying to sue ABC News for the longest time. Trump wants to downsize the government and have a whole separate entity to control people and how they speak. Like, this is something I don't understand whatsoever. You're basing this information and you're telling other people to do your own homework, and yet you're still claiming this kind of thing. Like, I don't get it. You're not adding anything important to the conversation.
End of the day, man, this is the reality. You voted for Trump. You don't care that he raped a woman. You don't care that he's a 34-time convicted felon. You don't care that he tried to subvert democracy and overturn the will of the people. You don't care that he wants to round up people who disagree with him politically. You don't care that he compares himself to Schmadoff. You don't care that he literally said just recently that he wants generals that are like Schmittler. You don't care about any of that shit. So why are we even having this conversation? You're still going to vote for him, right?
Who did you vote for in the 2016 election? Because I don't believe you were ever a Democrat. Who did you vote for in the 2016 election?
I definitely didn't vote for Hillary Clinton because she's terrible, and I definitely didn't vote for Donald Trump. I was the one that hated Donald Trump, and I voted for Joe Biden in 2020. I campaigned for Bernie Sanders in 2016. I was out there. I was a caucus precinct captain. Like I absolutely have voted Democrat for pretty much my entire life.
How do you go from Bernie Sanders? I don't believe you. I don't get you. I don't get it.
Just don't believe you. It's not worth it.
At least if you have a lie, just make it somewhat believable.
He's not a Bernie bro. Jeremy, how are you today?
No, he's not a Bernie bro.
I'm doing well, sir. How are you doing today?
Doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
All right, so first I want to start off by saying I'd like to have a civil conversation without the back and forth kind of, downgrading each other. So as you can tell, I'm starting off saying I am a Republican. I definitely support Trump.
We match energy, bro. So we match energy. So if you'll have a conversation, we'll have a conversation. Okay?
Absolutely. All right, so there are a couple things I've been listening, and I'd like to clarify and actually correct. I'm actually a 24-year military vet, just retired. So when it comes to the military aspect, I'm pretty educated. You guys were talking about the January 6th insurrection. I was talking about Donald Trump could have ordered the National Guard troops at the D.C. Is that correct? At the Capitol?
Correct.
So there are a few things that take place in that. Okay, one is you're absolutely correct. The D.C. National Guard is directly reports to the President of the United States. It's only the National Guard that does that.
Correct.
The president can authorize the D.C. National Guard to go. Actually, in order for any National Guard unit to go federal, it has to be approved by the president. Correct.
Well, National Guards are commanded by their states.
Correct. But that's only state funded. If they're going into a federal funded program or a federal funded deployment, it has to be approved by the president of the United States.
Not necessarily.
You're confusing two things, friend. So DC. Well, hold on. DC is federal territory. Therefore, the DC National Guard reports to the president, who's the commander in chief. Virginia, North Carolina, Vermont, New Hampshire, California, those National Guard units report to the governors in their states.
Okay, so hear me out when I'm saying this is.
And the governors can federalize the Guard at any point in time. They don't need approval from the president. That's their own controlling.
Okay, here what I'm stating is like if the state National Guard is needing help, let's say, for instance, the Illinois National Guard is being deployed to Florida to help out with hurricane. Okay, that is actually a federal funded. Has to be approved by the president of the United States.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
The National Guard does not, sir. The National Guard does not.
We'll agree to disagree, but I can assure you it does. I spent 24 years in the military.
It's not about whether or not agree to disagree, sir. We speak facts here. That's not true. Do you agree that National Guards are commanded by their governors in their states? Yes or no?
That is correct. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so then there's nowhere a governor can authorize their National Guard units to go to other states. It does not. The president does not need to approve that.
Okay, what I'm stating is under a federal employment, if it's federally funded, it has to be approved by the president of the United States, regardless of what National Guard it is.
No, they don't.
Yes. There's no argument with that.
Friend, listen, you're confusing a couple of different things. Listen, a governor. So if a governor deploys a National Guard in his or her state, who commands it?
The governor of that state, because it is a state-funded program. It is a state-funded. It's coming out of the state money for their defense.
Okay, again, Jeremy, it's the same situation though. If the National Guard, if a state, a neighboring,
honestly,
bro,
sir.
Let me finish.
I apologize. I apologize. We have a delay, so I apologize. Go ahead.
Again, a governor wanting to send a National Guard unit from his or her state to another state still comes under the command of that governor. So I don't know. You're talking about federal funding. It's irrelevant. The commander in chief of the DC National Guard is the president of the United States, according to our system, according to the chain of command. That is the reality. That's the reality. I don't know. There's no argument to make. What argument are you trying to make?
And if I'm not mistaken, they changed it to where the mayor can also do it now because of what happened on January 6th.
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not sure if they gave command, but they certainly the DC mayor is now part of the chain of command for the.
Correct.
Not on that day, it wasn't though.
Yeah, talk.
Right.
Yeah, but you got to stay on the app, bro.
You keep teacupping. When you teacup, we can't hear you.
I was pulling up this. Okay, it states.
Jeremy.
Okay.
When you can't read something and be on the app at the same time, friend.
Then how you expect us to prove something to you guys?
You can tell me what to look at.
Okay, so nothing to do with it. I just thrown out that. Okay, so anyway, so you were correct that the president. There's a chain of command that in order for the president to order National Guard, the DC National Guard, okay, it has to go through the Secretary of Defense and Secretary of Army, correct?
But it comes from the top. So the president does not need the Secretary of Defense or the Secretary of Army to command the DC National Guard.
Okay, what does the president need in order to activate the Washington DC Guard?
To give the order.
Okay, how does
give the DC Guard?
Okay, you realize that a request must come up from below saying, "Hey, we need assistance from the National Guard." The president can't just say, "DC National Guard, go ahead and go there."
Yes, they can. That's what command. That's
considered
what
no,
command
sir.
means.
Sir, that is considered martial law. Okay, a request must be made.
Friend, it's the DC National Guard. He commands it, friend.
Correct. But you also understand that in order for him to actually...
He doesn't need other people's approval in order to call in the guard. That doesn't matter. If it's a request from... No, he does not. If there is a request from the bottom up, right?
Okay.
And they keep asking for him to call in the guard. He has the ultimate authority to call in the guard. He doesn't need the lower bottom to keep going up in order to get that request. He doesn't need the Secretary of Arms, Secretary of the Army, whatever the fuck we want to throw in there. He directly can call in the guard as president.
Okay, you understand though, a request must be met. So here's how this would work, okay?
It doesn't have to be met.
Miss, can I talk?
Jeremy, I'm sorry, friend. I don't allow people to spread misinformation. You're just flat out wrong.
Okay.
It's got nothing to do with the request. At any point in time, federal territory, the DC. Do you think a mayor in like Cincinnati has to call the governor and say, "I authorize you to allow the National Guard to come in here, not my state, my city"?
Do I think the who?
So if there's, I want to let's game this out, okay? Because you're saying a request has to be made before that can happen. So are you saying that, let me finish, the mayor of Cincinnati, Ohio, there's a disaster in their town. Are you saying that the only way that the Ohio National Guard can go into Cincinnati is if the mayor calls up and requests?
To the governor, correct, yes.
Incorrect.
The governor's...
It's not how it works, bro.
Okay, how many years did you spend in the military?
I don't care.
That doesn't equate to anything.
It does.
You're going against your own Constitution, voting for a man who says he doesn't have to abide by the Constitution, throwing it out, calling your brothers and sisters suckers and losers. You have no equation. You have no equation. You can sit up there and talk more and more about how your career was in the military, but at the end of the day, you're still going against your best interests. You're voting for a man who wants to cut your benefits. I can't get over that.
Can we stick to January 6th? You
sure.
Keep
let's speak to the insurrection that he led that day. No problem.
Please. Okay. So this is how this would work. Okay. One is actually, if you read the transcripts from, I believe, Moley, on there, he even stated in the January 6th committee transcript that the president said, activate National Guard, Federal Reserve, active army, I don't care, it must be safe. And he actually responded to him, says, we got this, sir. We got it taken care of.
Not true. Not true.
It's in, sir. Please look it up.
How about instead of you trying to tell me something, how about we just listen to the words of Chris Miller?
I don't. Okay. That's not his words. That's the words of a reporter.
No,
Chris
Miller. No. Chris Miller. Who's Chris Miller, Jeremy? Who's Chris Miller?
Okay. Do me a favor. Look up the transcripts.
Jeremy. Who's Chris Miller?
Listen to me. I'm not asking you.
No.
You want to bring up a little snippet of a
Jeremy. Who is Chris Miller?
Okay. He's Secretary of the Army, right? Or Defense.
Secretary of Defense. So we literally just debunked this from the last conversation. So the claim was made that there was authorization given in advance of January 6th
that is
from
correct.
the president So do you believe that to be the case?
That is 100%. There's actually there's transcripts of the committee.
Okay, so why don't we listen to the actual testimony?
You're giving a small spigot of a testimony. That doesn't give us the whole thing. Can you pull up? Will you do me a favor?
Jeremy,
Sir?
stop talking.
Okay.
Stop.
See, this is why nobody can actually have a conversation with you, because you don't want to listen. How about you hear my side first?
Jeremy, it's because you don't want to hear what the person that you just claimed said that there was an authorization given to. That's my point. Instead of using what you think is a source, why don't we just listen to the gentleman who made it?
Okay, now understand. Okay, go ahead. I'll let you play it. Go ahead, and then I want you to do something for me afterwards.
Just need you to listen to this, Jeremy. Okay, I think it's like a minute and a half long. It is the testimony, like you just said. So a transcript would include testimony, which is exactly what this is. The testimony of Christopher Miller, who was the SecDef, who said you claimed and our previous guest claimed was given authorization to roll out the DC. Okay, that's what you claimed. That's what you claimed.
May I ask you a question before you play it?
Nope. You can listen.
Okay.
That's the claim that you made, not me.
Okay, no, I want to ask a question. Make sure you listen to it carefully.
It shows Trump's acting defense secretary denying there were orders to have troops ready to protect the Capitol.
I want to be clear here that since then, in February 2021, Mark Meadows said on Fox News that, quote, even in January, that was a given. As many as 10,000 National Guard troops were told to be on the ready by the Secretary of Defense. Is there any accuracy to that statement?
I'm not from my perspective. I was never given any direction or order or knew of any plans of that nature.
Never given any direction or order.
So again, Jeremy, how can it be that this person testifying under oath, and again, the reason I asked you the question in advance to say, were you also under the impression that Chris Miller was given authorization to do this? So this is the guy that says, no, I was not.
Okay.
So can you explain that?
May I? Okay. How long did he testify?
Can you just explain what he just said, please?
I will, if you give me a second. If you'd answer some of my questions, I'll be able to.
We don't answer a question with a question, Jeremy. Can you explain what he just said there?
What he stated and what he actually stated in the transcripts in the January 6th committee is contradicting. May I read what he stated in the January 6th committee?
You can't read and be on the app at the same time, Jeremy. You have to understand how this works. You can't be looking at your phone. You just can't. So wait, hold on. Well, Jeremy, wait just a second. So what you're stating now is, again, I just want to be very, very clear, because this is part of the testimony, okay, from the January 6th hearing. This is Christopher Miller, acting defense secretary, on that particular day. I'd like you to explain to me what it was that he said, okay? Explain that to me.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to tell you right here. It says, from his transcript on January 6th committee, the president just says, hey, look at this. They're going to be a large amount. Huh?
Who said that?
The Secretary of the Army, Ryan McCarthy, okay?
We're not talking about the Secretary of the Army. We're talking about Chris Miller. Because wait, Jeremy, the Secretary of the Army can't do anything.
I'm sorry, Chris Miller. You said you're talking about Milley, right?
No, I'm talking about Chris Miller. Acting Defense Secretary.
You're right. Okay, but it goes through the Secretary of Army, Secretary of Defense. Is that correct?
No, it goes from the Commander in Chief to the Secretary of Defense was the cabinet position, and then to the Secretary of the Army. So anybody below the Defense Secretary does not have the authorization. Chris Miller would. Okay. So wait. Let me make clear about something. I want to be clear about something. The claim that you made. This is why I asked you the question. I asked you the question specifically. Are you saying that authorization orders were given to the Department of Defense? And you said yes. That's why I asked you. So we just played Chris Miller's testimony to say, no, that is not the case.
Matt, okay. So how is there a contradiction in information? Okay, let me get there. How is there contradicting information between Chris Miller and Ryan McCarthy when Ryan McCarthy straight up said in the January 6th transcripts, you can look it up yourself. So I'm giving you guys the information to look it up. Says the president says, hey, look at this. There are going to be a large amount of protesters here on the 6th. Make sure that you have sufficient National Guard soldiers. Make sure that it can be soldiers and it's a safe event. President of the United States said, I don't care if we use the guard or soldiers, active duty soldiers, do whatever we have to do. Just make sure it's safe. Miller responded by saying, hey, we've got it planned. We've got it covered.
Not Miller.
That's in the okay.
Not Miller.
No,
You're
it says
confusing
Miller.
people. So,
no,
so
excuse
Jeremy,
me. No. Excuse me. This is Ryan McCarthy stating in the transcript stating Miller stated, "Hey, we've got it planned. We've got it covered."
Okay, so that's okay. So then here, so Jeremy, here we are. Okay, here we are. We've got Chris Miller, the Secretary of Defense, who would wait a minute, who would give that order down. So if you believe in chain of command, where does it start? President, and who's next?
You got the President, then the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of Army.
Okay, cool. So the Secretary of Defense then is the commander of the Secretary of the Army, correct? Overseas.
Say that again. That's
Secretary
correct,
of
yes.
Defense above the Secretary of the Army, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so Chris Miller, again, you haven't explained this testimony, right? I don't know if you even, hold on, let me finish, bro. I don't think you even knew that this audio existed. I'm going to play it. Hold on. I'm going to play it again. Hold on.
I understand what it's saying. I know exactly what it's saying.
Hold on. I'm going to play it again, and I would like you to explain to me what it is that he's saying. It's really simple. I'm just going to play it again. But the only way to get through this, because I don't know if you want to have this conversation, but I'm going to do my best.
Testimony give.
It doesn't seem like you want to have the option.
Stop. Listen.
Ready to protect the Capitol. January 6th Select Committee has put out brand new video. It shows Trump's acting defense secretary
again, January 6th committee.
To protect the
Correct.
So I want to be clear here that since then, in February of 2021, Mark Meadows said on Fox News that, quote, even in January, that was a given. As many as 10,000 National Guard troops were told to be on the ready by the Secretary of Defense. Is there any accuracy to that statement?
I'm not from my perspective. I was never given any direction or order or knew of any plans of that nature.
Okay, explain that to me, Jeremy. If the chain, wait, let me ask the question first. The chain of command is the president to the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of the Army, etc. Explain to me how it is that the Secretary of Defense has said no such order, not to my knowledge at all. Explain to me how that is the case, and that's wrong.
Because there's a big difference.
Wait, let me finish asking the question. And how that's wrong, but what you have is right.
Okay, there's a big difference. Well, what I have is January 6 transcripts as well. So you're playing a 30-second clip of a 4.5-hour interview that he had, I believe. So with that being said, hold on. With that, let me talk. With that being said, okay, he's stating he did not receive any order.
Right.
Okay. There's a difference between a conversation and an order and an authorization. Would you agree with that?
You have hearsay.
Yes. No, I don't have. I have the transcripts.
You have hearsay.
That's not hearsay. That's transcripts.
Jeremy. The other thing I'm questioning, Jeremy. The other thing I'm questioning
How
here.
come I can't finish my conversation? My
You
talk
have finished
without you
your
guys
statement.
interrupting
I've been pretty quiet through this entire conversation, right? I did not come up and cut you off.
You're cutting me off right now. May I finish, and then you can say what you need to say.
So,
I'm being as polite as can be.
We're going to cut to the chase, though. So here's the problem, Jeremy. Former Army Secretary says D.C. National Guard had no plan ahead of Capitol riot beyond local control. This is dated January 26, 2021. Former Army Secretary Ryan McCarthy told a House panel on Tuesday that the National Guard only planned to deal with traffic in D.C. the day that deadly U.S. Capitol insurrection occurred, with, quote, no contingency plan in place if things escalated in the city, according to a copy of his prepared testimony obtained by CNN and other news outlets. McCarthy also told Congress that alternate plans would only happen if the U.S. Capitol Police or local authorities in Washington requested it. 114 citizen soldiers were spread out over 20... Hold on.
U.S. Capitol Police must request it.
Stop talking. 114 citizen soldiers were spread out over 20 city blocks with no contingency or recall plan for a change of mission in place, his statements reads. A relatively small number of guardsmen were in D.C. on January 6 to assist the city's police force with traffic control in an effort to allow the authorities to focus on anything related to demonstrators planned in the city. McCarthy's statement underscores the lack of preparedness on the part of the government and federal law enforcement agencies to aggressively respond to a crisis that day, which ultimately saw a violent attack on the Capitol, resulted in the death of 5 people, including U.S. Capitol Police officer. So the comments from the former official come the same day as U.S. Capitol Police Chief Yogananda Pittman told the same committee the department failed to meet its own high standards on January 6. Major General William Walker, the commanding general of the D.C. National Guard, meanwhile, is claiming his authority was restricted by the Department of Defense before the Capitol, a move he says prevented his forces from arriving to the attack sooner than they did. The Washington Post. So again, I'll read that again. Major General William Walker, the commanding, Major General William Walker, the commanding general of the D.C. National Guard, meanwhile, is claiming his authority was restricted by the Department of Defense before the Capitol riot, a move he says prevented his forces from arriving. So explain that.
So you have a general who's stating that his authorization was restricted by the Department of Defense. I mean, the Secretary of Defense. So
no,
why do I have a two-star Department of Defense? Okay, so who runs the Department of Defense?
The Secretary of Defense, but we don't know.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
No, Jeremy, that's not a gotcha, bro. That's not a gotcha. So again, you still haven't answered the question. We've got the Secretary. Wait a minute, friend. We've got the Secretary of Defense now saying, I was never given that order. We've got the Major General who's in command of the D.C. National Guard saying, listen, I was restricted. I was told that I couldn't do anything. So who
was he told by? Who was he told that by?
The Department of Defense.
Who's in charge of the Department of Defense?
I just answered your question, Jeremy.
Okay, so
here's
Secretary.
The problem, Jeremy. So here's the problem. Here's the problem. I'm going to cut to the chase for you. You took an oath to the Constitution, right?
100%, yes, sir.
Okay, so then you support a guy who wants to terminate it.
Sorry, and under where does he state anywhere he needs to terminate the Constitution of the United States?
Because he got all upset that he lost the election and he claims it was fraudulent. Was it?
I think he lost. I think there was some fraudulent things, but I don't think it made a big difference on the outcome of the
I agree.
election.
So there's fraud in every election, but he claims there was massive widespread fraud and deception. Do you agree with that, Jeremy?
I don't think there was a massive widespread. No.
Okay, so Donald Trump did, and that's why he wants to terminate the Constitution.
Okay, and you know what? Hillary Clinton also stated that he was an illegitimate president.
Oh my God!
But we can say it on both sides.
So Jeremy, once again, this is a nice pivot, bro. This is a nice pivot. But you know what? You know what Hillary Clinton did? She conceded the next morning.
Okay,
so she conceded the election. Trump still has not conceded the election. And again, I want to go back to my question because you haven't answered it yet. Why would you support somebody who wants to? You took an oath to the Constitution, right?
That is correct.
So why would you want to support somebody who wants to terminate the Constitution?
And my statement to you is there is nothing he has stated or has done that is terminating the Constitution of the United States.
How about his words? Would you take his words?
Yeah. Go ahead. You're going to play a 2-minute clip that's probably taken out of context.
No, I'm going to read his words from True Social.
Okay. You're going to read his words. Okay, True Social. Go ahead.
Because I have to go. I have to go to work. But Steve, I love you. I appreciate you having me every single Wednesday. I appreciate all the support. Jeremy, actually pull up factual information instead of basing it off of your feelings. I'll see you guys around.
That's not feelings. Those are transcripts, hun.
No, friend. It's not, hun. This is the deal. So so you and I agree. That's why I asked you the question. You and I agree that there was no massive widespread fraud and deception in the 2020 election.
I will agree with that. Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay. So then these are the words from Donald Trump's. Do you not take his words from True Social? I would imagine you have an account of True Social, right?
I do not actually know.
Okay, so then
surprisingly,
a lot of people do. Okay,
yes,
so a
correct.
lot of people do. So would you accept Donald Trump's words on Truth Social as his words?
I mean, if it's his account, absolutely.
Okay, this is his account, Donald J. Trump, verified at real Donald J. Trump. Would you accept that?
I mean, based off what you're saying, I will take it in consideration that this is his account. I can't see it, so yes.
I will show it to you. I'll just make it easier. Okay, let's just do it this way. Can you see that?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Would you accept that?
Okay. Yep.
Okay. So I'm gonna just put this back together real quick. Let me just do this. Okay. 1 second, and I'm going to read it to you. So you and I agreed that there was no widespread fraud and deception in the 2020 election. You and I also agreed that these were his words. So this is what he said. And again, remember, it's very important to remember this, that there was no widespread fraud and deception in the 2020 election. Okay? These are the words. This is from exactly what I just showed you. So with a revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception in working closely with big tech companies, the DNC, and the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want or would not condone false and fraudulent elections.
Okay, so he asked a question. He didn't state that they need to do that. He was asking a question.
No, he
Is that
said,
correct?
so, no.
So
Not what
do
he said.
you do
Listen
this
again.
or do you do this?
Jeremy, listen. Don't try to put your Trump Dakota ring and your hat on. Listen.
That's not Trump Dakota. Words have meanings, correct?
Listen. He said, so with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception, you and I both agreed that there was no massive widespread fraud and deception. It's not, he didn't say if there was.
There was definitely a massive, wide deceptive, but not a fraud.
Jeremy, that's not the question that I just asked you, bro. I literally asked
You asked
if
me if there was widespread fraud,
and
election
deception,
fraud.
and you said
You didn't
no.
say deception. You definitely
I did
You can
say
play it back.
deception.
You did not say deception because there was
Yes,
definitely
I
deception
did.
when it came to Hunter Biden's laptop.
Jeremy,
There was
bro.
definitely some deception on that one.
Dude, yeah, the Hunter Biden laptop story came out when?
Well, it came out right after the election. However, let me rephrase it. I apologize. It came out about 6 months prior to the election.
And who was in charge of who was in charge then?
I do recall 50. Roughly 51 federal,
who was in charge,
federal
though?
agents.
Who was in charge?
Wasn't there?
Who was in charge?
Who was in charge of the social media and not allowing?
Whose administration was in power when the Hunter Biden laptop story came out?
You know as well as I do, the administration doesn't control everything.
Okay, so again, Jeremy, I said deception because I go through this exercise every single time. Okay, I know what I said, bro. I go through this every single time. So I want to ask you again. I want to ask you again because you never heard this before, and I know it's probably catching you off guard. All right,
it's not catching me off guard at all.
So with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception, which there wasn't any, in working closely with big tech companies, the DNC and Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Jeremy, you took an oath to the Constitution, and the guy that you want to support wants to tear it up.
He asked a question. Those were straight. Those he said, "Would you?" Those are definitely questions he's asking. Now, do I agree with him? Absolutely not. But he's not stating that he's going to do it. Okay, hold on. Because
you're going to vote for him.
Oh, I'm going to based off his policies. Yeah, absolutely. So here's my question. I don't have to like the guy. I don't. I'm not taking him out to dinner.
You took an oath, bro. You took an oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, not Donald Trump, not the fucking flag, not a MAGA hat, the fucking Constitution, bro. You took an oath to the Constitution.
Okay, great.
The Constitution. Do you understand that?
Okay, so the Constitution also considered with the Second Amendment, correct?
Yeah, and Donald Trump wants to take away your rights there too.
No, okay. Show me anywhere he says that he wants to take away the rights of our Second Amendment.
Sure, no problem.
Please show me that one.
No problem. When Trump said he wants to take...
And second of all, let's go back to... Hold on, because you pivoted to from January 6th when I got you on the Secretary of Defense.
You got me on nothing. You got me on nothing.
I definitely got
you got me on your bullshit because you're a traitor and you can't handle it.
I'm a traitor.
You're a fucking traitor to your oath.
You've done nothing for this country, and I'm a traitor.
You are a fucking traitor.
Okay, so you can't have a civil conversation when somebody actually gets you and puts you up,
bro.
And
you
can't
fucking explain
it.
You
can't explain
shit.
You can't explain it. That's why this right here is why you guys.
Shit.
This is why the left cannot have a civil conversation because you guys think
you're a fucking traitor. Did you guys just watch that? I apologize for getting so hot. Did you guys watch that? Did you guys see the evolution there? Did you see that? Did you see what happened there? Unbelievable. Another traitor. Another one. Another traitor. Damn. Wow.
Facts, man. I just want to thank you for what you do, bro.
Thanks, bro.
And I wanted to tell a story about my mother. I'm not going to put her name out there, but my mom's been a lifelong Republican. She hasn't voted for a Democrat since Bill Clinton, I think, in '96. And she let me know today she casted a vote for Kamala Harris. And she said January 6th was the reason. You can't trust Trump with democracy. And just basically made the point that he's a piece of crap.
Yes, exactly. I appreciate that, bro. Appreciate you
No
very
problem.
much.
No
Have a
problem.
good day.
You too.
See you later. I just need to play this because, again, Jeremy, another traitor, doesn't think that Trump talked about taking your firearms before going through due process, which again is a violation of your rights as a citizen of our country. I was also going to ask Jeremy if I'm on the radical left, and would he take an order to go and round me up? Probably, right? Probably. That is some scary ass shit. Okay, well, listen to this.
Well, in the category, you've spoken about it, Mr. President, gun violence restraining orders. They're called. California actually has a version of this. And I think in your meeting with governors earlier this week, individually and as a group, we spoke about states taking steps. But the focus is to literally give families and give local law enforcement additional tools if an individual is reported to be a potential danger to themselves or others. Allow due process so that no one's rights are trampled, but the ability to go to court, obtain an order, and then collect not only the firearms, but any weapons in the possession
Or
of that
might
individual.
take the firearms first and then go to court, because that's another system, because a lot of times by the time you go to court, it takes so long to go to court and then go to court.
But any weapons in the possession
Or
of that
might
individual.
take the firearms first.
Any weapons in the possession
Or
of that
might
individual.
take the firearms first and then go. Because that's another.
So Horatio, you said that I lost. Tell me what I lost. Tell me what he did to win that argument. Horatio, are you there? Horatio, are you there? Horatio, you had a lot to say in the comment section. So you told me that I lost. So tell me what I lost, Horatio. Horatio. Do you want to have a conversation, bro? I guess not. So all you other traders that are out there in the chat, you want to come up and see if you can prove me wrong again? This is the reality of the circumstance that you guys have woven yourself into. You take your sound bites from the older millennial. You take them from Mother Dragon, because I've gone through these exercises before. That's why I spend time in right-wing live, so you guys don't have to. You're welcome. The reality of this is such. If you paid attention, if you even gave a shit, and as a reminder to all you veterans and even active duty who still support Trump, you're a traitor. Yep, it's true. You are. Because you will try to find any way you can to navigate through the words that Donald Trump uttered by talking about terminating the Constitution based on a fucking lie. Give me a break. I don't understand. Why would you want to put yourself into that pit of despair? Look back on that and try to defend it. Hi, Alicia. How are you today? Alicia, there you are.
That Biden said that he was giving it over to Harris. Can you hear me?
I can, yes. I didn't hear what the question was.
Okay, I came on and I was scared to death.
I'm sorry, you got really bad connection, Alicia.
I know. Can you hear me now?
I can, yes.
Oh, this is so sad. Okay, so the day that Biden gave it over to Harris, I came in and was talking to you, and I was scared to death.
I remember that day.
I said,
Alicia, I'm sorry, friend, but your connection just if you can get to a better Wi-Fi and you want to call back in, we can have that conversation. It's no problem. Yeah, it's crazy. Thank you for that, guys, but it is what it is. You know, we do this because we have to remind people of how, you know, how they've lost their way because of a lie. Kind of funny that comes up here. I think he's got all these talking points, and it's a Ryan McCarthy testimony. Literally, he's scrambling in his brain to try to justify. Wait a minute, that's not what I saw. So Ryan McCarthy said that he wasn't given an order. Chris Miller said he wasn't given an order, but I got some information from somewhere that said that they were. Well, obviously, it's the left wing. They're lying because this is the truth. Thank you, Amber, for hooking me up with that. I appreciate you. It's just weird, man. It's just a weird flex. Like, why would you want to do it? Just admit that you're wrong. Hey, Rodney, how are you today?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Oh, I'm just listening to all the, you know, the bickering back of each other, back and forth. And here's the deal. I really believe in my heart we really need to stop arguing about Republicans and Democrats and just call ourselves Americans and figure this problem out because that's all it is a problem.
Well,
And
it's deeper than that, though, friend. It's deeper
what?
than that.
I'm
It's deeper
sorry to
than
hear you.
it's deeper than that. Who do you vote for? Who are you going to vote for?
I'm definitely voting for Trump. There's no doubt about that.
Okay, so the problem is that it's easy for you to sit there and say that, but Pete Trump and Donald Trump's policies want to take away the rights of people that you vote for. Who are you going to vote for? People take away the rights of people that.
I hear what you're saying. I don't know what position you're in on. I myself am actually battling an issue that I have with the city. And now that I've learned how the system actually works, I had no idea that we were a corporation. And I had no idea that we were entities.
We're not a corporation, Rodney.
We
We're
are a
not
corporation. Trust me,
No,
I know.
friend.
I
Rodney,
know for a fact because
Rodney,
Go
Rodney,
ahead.
Rodney,
I'm listening.
bro, listen, man, listen. I've served in government. Okay, I've been studying this shit for a long time. It was my minor in college. We're not a corporation. You got to stop believing this nonsense, man. We're not a corporation. Okay, we're not. We're not. There's nothing anywhere about the whole idea of a corporation. Do you believe in the whole idea of sovereign citizenship?
I don't believe in the sovereign citizenship. I believe in us a sovereign state.
What's a sovereign state?
Yeah, I believe that we were born in the state where I live. Whatever state you were born into, that's exactly the state that you're actually a sovereign into, not the whole big United States.
You're a United States citizen. You are a citizen of the United States, Rodney.
Correct. Born into it. Correct.
Okay, you're a citizen of the United States.
Correct. And that makes us a corporation.
No, it does not. It makes us a country.
It makes us actually a corporation.
No, it does not, Rodney. It makes us a
Listen,
country.
we can sit here and go back and forth on it, but I'm filing court papers, and I know how the system is working because I have to file those papers every day.
So tell me. I'm going to give you 30 seconds. When you talk about something is happening in a state, first of all, that's between you and the state.
Correct.
Right. So you have a theory that you've been told, and I know because I've studied up on this stuff and I know where these conspiracies come from, that you think the United States is a corporation. The United States is not a corporation. Because if that were the argument, then every single country on earth then would be a corporation too, right, Rodney?
Say it one more time. I lost you.
If you're saying that we being born into the United States, would then that apply to anybody who's born anywhere? So if you're born into the UK, if you're born into Germany, if you're born into China, that you were all those places are corporations too?
I can't speak for other countries because I haven't researched any of that stuff. So I would be lying to you if I tried to tell you something like that. And I'm not going to do that. But I can tell you what I've studied here in the United States, how the system is set up. I can tell you that for a fact that I know for a fact it is a corporation.
Well, you can't say, Rodney, it's not, so you see it as objective, which means if it were, do you think it's an objective fact? Or subjective?
Subjective, I believe.
Okay, so then it's not a fact if it's subjective.
It is subjective.
No.
What I'm trying to figure out is, and I'm not trying to disrespect you or anything like that. I'm just trying to have a conversation between two men.
I understand that, friend, but the argument that you came up here is that we all just need to stop the bickering. The problem is we have to be able to align on something. We can't be going out there thinking that the United States is a corporation and there's all these sovereign rules and different rules here and there, but this is where we can't have a conversation that's rooted in fact. We have to come to some understanding of certain principles and certain truths. You can have an opinion on something. Everybody can. But when you call it a fact, then that needs to be supported by everyone. That's what that difference between objective and subjective is. A subjective belief is something that you believe, right? It's subject to your opinion. Right. An objective belief is obvious. Everybody agrees. It's objectifiably true. You understand the difference?
We're never going to have that. We know that for a fact, though.
No, we can, though.
I would love to. I would love to.
Okay, so then objectifiably true. Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. right?
I can't. According to what everybody says, yes.
Okay, so again, it's objectifiably true, Rodney, that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election.
That's what's been said. Yes.
Okay, so therefore, it's not about. So you don't believe that?
I don't know what to believe anymore because, like I said, everything that I've had to come and study on to learn, everything is not exactly what I expected it to be. If that makes any sense.
It doesn't. So again, it's a real simple thing. If you'll give me a second to try to explain it, okay?
Sure.
Everybody in Trump's orbit, his circle, his family, his staff, his trusted advisors, his attorney general, his cabinet, his members of the Department of Justice, his handpicked members to people on Homeland Security, election officials, Republican elected officials across the state, people who voted for him, governors, secretaries of state, judges that he appointed. Everyone told him that he lost. Everyone told him that there was no massive widespread fraud and deception in the 2020 election. Everyone told him that. He knows that he lost. Why is it that you can't accept that?
I have accepted. I mean, Biden's the president. I mean, how can
when I asked you the question, is it objectifiably true? And you couldn't say, yes, it is. You said, well, everybody else says it is. So now, with the information that I just gave you, why can't you just say in front of 1,600 people, yes, he lost the election. I know he lost. He lost. Why is it?
Once again, you just said the key word that I know. And there's nothing that we can all say 100% that we know.
We do. Yes, we do know that, Rodney.
We don't. I'm not just saying this in general. As just talk about the election. I'm talking about everything in general. Everything we go in assumption that we believe that to be true. We don't.
Yes, we do know that, Rodney.
We don't talking about it to be
corporation then, right?
If I'm having to use the knowledge that I have experienced myself, I would have to say yes. That we are,
but you believe it to be true. So that's I'm using your own logic against you, Rodney. Right?
No, I'm telling you, I believe that the U.S. is a corporation. There's no doubt about that in my mind.
No, you believe it to be true. So I'm going to tell you that there's no doubt about it that Donald Trump lost the election. There's no doubt about it.
Okay, that's
okay. So then,
and that's what I'm saying. We've come to that conclusion because Biden is the president. Is that correct?
Yes, he's the legitimately elected president of the United States because there was no widespread fraud or deception.
I'm able to accept that. So yes.
So, so you believe that Donald Trump lost the election?
Well, apparently so. Biden is the president. I mean,
that's the question I asked. It's not the question that I asked you. Okay.
Okay.
Do you believe that Donald Trump lost the election? Yes or no?
I believe that, once again, Biden is the president. I have to rely on the system to be working. So yes, he lost the election. I have to understand that. Hopefully, we have a system that works. So yes, he lost the election.
And you believe it?
I have no choice to believe it because that's what everybody's telling us, right?
It's not a question of whether you have a choice or not. I'm just asking you if you can believe it. It's either yes, I believe he lost, or no, I don't.
If I'm supposed to trust in our system, yes, Biden won the election. If I have to really truly believe that the system is not broken, then I would have to say yes, he lost the election. I mean, if we're going by with we truly trust our government to be telling us the truth, which I'm really having a lot of doubts because of what I'm having to experience myself.
Steve, can I take over for a second?
Sure, please.
Rodney, what is a corporation?
What is what?
What is a corporation?
A corporation? Well, what city do you live in? Are you here in America? Are you?
I am not. No.
Okay. Well, if we were if you were in the United States, I don't know other countries, so I can't tell you what y'all's policies and stuff are at.
Okay.
All I can tell you what I've experienced here, and I've come to the conclusion that this, even talking to
No, Rodney, just tell me what the word corporation means.
In my opinion, like I said, I'm not going to be able to give you the legal definition of it. I'd have to pull it up real quick. But a corporation is an entity. A corporation is I would think something that's actually protecting us away from our, our constitutional rights. Because
So you don't know what a corporation is then?
I'm not like I said, unless I look it up and give
Okay,
you the
so
actual
Rodney,
definition.
I'm going to let you know. I'm going to let you know. There's actually two definitions for the word corporation, right? One means like a big business, like a business organization, right?
Agreed.
The other just means the organization of a city or a state that is responsible for services that help the public. So there are some cities in the world that are incorporated. Washington DC is one of them, but it's not incorporated as a business. It's incorporated in the sense that it is making it known that it is a city or an area that is responsible for the services of the people that live there.
Correct.
Well, no, but you say correct, but that's not what you said before.
I told you.
And the fact is, Rodney, people do this all the time. The incorporation of Washington DC happened in, I think it was the 1862 Organic Act, something like that. And people come up on these panels all the time and they say that this idea of the US being a corporation means it's a big business, it's not actually out for the people, when in fact the other definition of the word corporation means that place is absolutely looking after the people that live there. So you seem to be concerned that some cities in the United States, some areas in the United States, some districts are looking after the people that live in them, because that's what a corporation is in that sense.
Yes, I do agree with that, because I've talked.
Why are you worried about that then?
Yeah,
that's
Rodney,
a good
I guess
thing.
The reason why I'm worried about it is because the fact is the situation that I'm into right now.
Right, but hold on one second, Rodney. Hang on. I'll let you tell, but hang on one second. I'm really, really, really confused because you made the claim and you were definitive about it. You were like objectifiably true that the United States is a corporation. And when Erica asked you what it was, you couldn't even tell us what it was, bro.
No, I'm telling you, the United States is a corporation. The
city you don't know what it is.
The city I live in is a corporation. There's no doubt about it.
You don't know what it is. When Erica asked you what it was, you couldn't answer it. So how can you definitively say something is if you don't even know what it is? Isn't that weird?
It is not weird. When I told you it was a corporation is a business. It's
not a business. So what is a business? So I'm a business owner.
Is the United States running for profit? Yes, it is.
Rodney, no, actually, it's not. No, it's not running for profit. If it were running for profit, we would have been out of business because we're in debt.
We did go out of business. The United States, they sold it and turned it into a corporation. Do your history. If you're going to talk about it, at least do your history.
Who did they sell it to, Rodney?
The Rockefellers, the Goodyears, all the big companies.
No, Rodney.
Okay.
Can you show us the bill of sale?
That's what I'm asking, how we got all tied up into all this, because the contracts never were signed, because we all operate under here in the United States.
So if the contracts were never signed, you weren't ever bought by anyone, were you?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you again.
If the contracts were not signed, Rodney, you were never bought by anyone, were you?
We were all enslaved by our parents. I mean, come on, seriously.
Okay, I'm just done. I can't.
Yeah, no, that's not worth it. Oh my God. Sorry, I know I was bugging you over the messages.
It's okay.
But this is the point. Corporation has two meanings, and they are very separate and distinct from one another.
Yeah. All right. Let's do one more before I lose my shit.
I can hop down if you like.
No, you can stay. We got time for one more call.
Spoke to Colin yesterday. Hi, Colin.
Oh yeah, Colin. That's right. Colin, are you here? Colin. Yeah, he's confused by a lot. That's all right. They all are.
Shall I say his name slowly?
Yes.
Colin.
Colin. Thank you.
You're welcome.
If I only smoked. Yeah, as a reminder, they vote. Everybody, just as a reminder, the people we've spoken to today are voters. We have people who've taken the oath to the Constitution, who are veterans, or voting for Trump, who are traitors. They vote. We have people who think that we are a corporation, that we're in it for profit. They vote. We have a variety of people that are out there voting, and I think it's interesting that they vote. Meanwhile, we have to. Just a reminder that we have to. Hi, Jessica. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Just coming up saying thanks for trying to talk some sense into these people.
I try. We try every single day. We try every single day. 13 days away. There's probably not a lot of minds are going to be changed today, but I think people have shown us over the past couple of days that there's still hope out there.
Did you see that famous AI picture
Which one?
that Trump did?
Oh, the McDonald's or the Green Bay Packers?
The football player?
Oh, yeah, I saw that one too. Yep. Yep. People actually think that he, well, we can do this. I've got a better picture that we can show. Where is it?
Oh, God.
This one. 63215, right? 63215.
I think that's 63,215.
I think you're right about that.
63,215.
Yep. Not shaming, but that's the reality. But you're right. Thank you for your
Yeah,
kind
and I
words,
just
Jessica.
recently saw about where he went in to ask for a job at McDonald's.
Yeah. Or claim that he was a full-time worker or something like that. Who the hell knows? Thank you, Jessica. Appreciate you being here, friend. You have a good day. Hello, Colin. How are you? Hi, Colin.
What's up?
What's on your mind today?
Well, I wanted to come in here just because I feel like a lot of these forums that are hosted by Kamala supporters, kind of the MO is to try to get, Republicans on here and make them sound dumb and
Not that
make
hard.
yourselves kind of sound. Yeah, I see exactly. So you guys are like the party of common sense, right?
I can't speak for the entire party, but I think I have some good common sense.
Okay. So what do you think about the whole transgender issue? Do you think men can be women?
Are you a transphobe?
Am I scared of trans people? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Like, do I think they're going to hurt me or something?
Do you think they deserve rights under the law?
What kind of rights? Like going to use a girl's...
Don't give a shit. Don't really care what you think. At all.
As I said, spoke to Colin yesterday.
Yep.
Holy crap. I didn't think that I was going to jump up. I came in so late.
Hi there. How are you?
Pretty
I'm
good.
just
How
going
are you?
randomly.
Oh, that's good.
Dr. Jace, nice to see you.
But, so I have a fast question. Are you familiar with DoD Directive 1344.10?
DoD Directive 1344.10. Yeah, I keep it in my top of my mind. Of course not.
Well, I don't know. So I've run into a few people who have heard it. So I noticed a lot of creators get veterans or active service personnel that come in and say, oh, I'm an active service person, and I'm voting for this. Let me explain this. So as a household that's full of people who were in the military, the Department of Defense issued a directive that prohibits us from doing that. We're not supposed to be endorsing candidates via electronic anything, radio, television, these lives. So when somebody comes in and says, oh, I'm a veteran and I'm voting for Donald Trump, feel free to call them out on it because they are not allowed to do it.
As a veteran, could they do it though? Active duty, maybe not, but as a veteran,
So there are special rules for both. So active duty personnel is section 4126. But there's a whole list of do's and don'ts for what you can do if you're in the military.
Okay. DD 34. What was that again? Say it one more time.
It's a Department of Defense Directive 1344.10.
Okay.
And for active duty personnel, it's 4126 is the section. And then there's another section for veterans, and they have different rules. But we're not supposed to be actively endorsing candidates or causes.
I figured there was something about that, and you have to be apolitical by design, right? I think that's the goal, right?
Yeah, because we're not supposed to be representing The military doesn't do that. We don't. What's the word? One branch doesn't come out for a particular candidate because our duty is to the Constitution, not to a political party.
I've just found it, and the language of it says that they must not participate in any radio, television, or other program or group discussion as an advocate for or against a partisan political party, candidate, or cause.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then we're seeing from our attorney friend Law Dwell says the federal government has no control over the speech of veterans. So I guess there's a little bit of contradiction going on here. So I'm not sure.
That's for active duty. It's for veterans. There are different rules.
Okay. So
Yeah.
but different rules though. So I don't have the specifics on that. So you're saying as a vet you can't go out and support your candidate?
You can support them. You just can't go out and I have to find that specific language, but like I can't come on here and encourage people one way or the other. I can say who I'm voting for, but I can't encourage you to do it. Or at least that's the way I have been, how it's been explained to me.
Okay, so it sounds like you can. So then the veterans that we've had are entitled to say who they vote for. None of them have been encouraging me to vote for Trump. It's just the fact that they're voting for a traitor.
Yes.
Okay.
Which is ridiculous in my opinion. I don't know how. I guess the question I would have for them is if he tries to use the military to punish the enemy within, are they prepared to arrest their own children?
Well, that's part of it, right? I mean, that's whole scary directive. Yeah, but thanks for bringing that up to our attention, Dr. Jace. We'll look into that more. I appreciate you very much for being here, friend.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. All right. Oh, I'm done. Just a couple of little programming notes. We are streaming on YouTube. If you guys can get a chance, the YouTube is up and running. If you don't mind just jumping over there really quickly and making a comment or a comment or leave a like or anyway, subscribe to the channel. It's free. Also, there is merch in the merch store, which is designed by Erica. The link is in the link tree in my bio. Please consider joining our Discord as well. Lots of information over there available. And a couple of things to keep on your radar. On Election Day, we are streaming end to end, starting at 8 a.m. We are collaborating with some amazing creators, Danny, Dirty Dan, and Pickles. And the four of us, we've got you covered. So what we're going to do, like I said, 8 a.m. until midnight or beyond, depending on how Election Day goes, we'll be sharing each other's spaces. We are going to be sort of bouncing back and forth between each other's lives over the course of that day. We've all been, it's kind of you all to say that you trust us in the way in which we provide our information. And we take that seriously. So we'll be available to you all day long. So that's on November 5th, starting at 8 a.m. We're working on a promotional video to send that out. So that's coming up. Also, we are raising money for a member of our community who's had a lot of unexpected expenses specific to pet care and our furry friends. We know how much they mean to us. So we're raising money for this individual. If you would like to donate now, you can do so. The pay apps are in my bio. Excuse me. We've been transparent with that. We're also working on a fundraiser with some really cool items that will be up for grabs. We'll be announcing more of that within the next day or so. So be looking for that. And then tonight, we're streaming the CNN town hall with Kamala Harris. I think it's on CNN. It was supposed to be a debate. And then, of course, the twice impeached, four-time indicted, sexually abusing, fraudster, convicted felon decided not to show up. So that's my PSA. Erica, what would you like to say? Anything?
I'd like to say two things. So first of all, Fenris in the comments is making a comment that the Labour Party are, and this is true, this is happening, the Labour Party have sent people over to advise or to help the Democrats in terms of advice on the election. That is not foreign interference in the election, because they are not trying to sway the election. They are giving campaigning advice, the same as Nigel Farage gives campaigning advice to Donald Trump. Exactly the same thing. And by the way, the government, when we talk about the government of the UK, we are talking about everybody that is in Parliament, all of them. So Nigel Farage is also part of the government. They are also volunteers. They are not being paid to do so. It is not foreign election interference. So no, Fenris, you are wrong. I am also British. I also know. Secondly,
That's right. You're not condescending. You're just British.
I'm not condescending to him. I'm just also British. But I also want to say the same happens vice versa. The Democrats send people over here, so do the Republicans to help in our elections. It's just the way it goes. Secondly, I don't know how you have kept your sanity today.
Still early.
Because I listened a little bit earlier, and I've been listening since about 3:30, and you have had some absolute crackers today. So congratulations. I would have lost my ever loving shit.
Yeah, we've had a few knob heads for sure. No doubt about that. No doubt
Some
about
cunts as well.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Erica.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you. Thank you, mods. Thank you, guys. Tomorrow morning, of course, 8 a.m. Eastern time, and we'll do this all over again. As a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, we know what's at stake. 13 days until the election, and the people that came up to our live today are our voters. We know their loyalty. So if you have any doubts in your mind, any apathy, shame on you. Any questions about whether or not your vote counts, shame on you. Get your asses to the polls if you haven't already. Defend democracy. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Thank you, friends. Oh, by the way, rating USMC vet, USMC Angry Vet Matt. You all know Matt.